far we could go. If we could break through the ceiling above us, there'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free, we could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the emerald. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Open the life when the story gets old. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I ain't at home, home's where I'm going. I close my eyes to see. I'll take my throne, lay it on a mountain, and make myself a king. Kick through the shackles, walk through the chains. Vessels, no one to blame but you. I said, make myself a king.
롬도 진짜 너무 한 번에 집중력을 잃어버렸습니다.
실질적으로 굉장히 어려운 것 같습니다. CJ
이렇게 되면 3패를 기록하면서
트라우마가 생길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
주눅이 들면 안 됩니다. 극복할 가능성을 어느 정도 보여주기는 했는데 Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer 2016. My name is Reed Rapid Belton. Joining me once again is Nicholas L.S. de Cesare, and we are back for more Week 3 LCK action as CJ Entis and Longzhu try to escape from the Zero. That's Zero wins, of course. Both teams winless in sets. Longzhu does have one win, but one of these teams will pick up their first series win of LCK. Nick, who's it going to be?
I'm thinking honestly it's going to be Longzhu because I felt like they had the ability to close out 2-0 against KT, but it managed to slip away from them in the macro stages of the game, which ended up occurring in the mid part. But I'm not so sure that CJ is going to be able to hold their own throughout all of that. And then on top of that, Coco continues to look absolutely just fantastic.
Absolutely, definitely had some great games. His sort of 1v9 Zero performance versus KT earlier on in the groups was actually pretty great. It was their first win, and definitely on his back. So Longzhu, a lot to prove. They finished, I think, 7th last season. So kind of around the same level, but they will definitely need to step it up a notch. They want to compete with CJ Entis. Of course, you can see CJ Entis across the table right there. It's going to be Untara, Haru, BDD, Kramer, and Madlife. The roster that they fielded basically this entire season. I was hoping to see maybe a little bit more of their sub-roster, guys like Ghost. Yeah. Pretty hyped to see that guy if he does get some play time. Always possible with some subs, but that is your starting roster for tonight's games.
Yeah, and we're going to see how BDD fares against Coco in mid lane, because BDD, again, he did okay last season. This season, he hasn't been doing too hot, and then there was also that questionable Vigar game that we saw against ESC Ever, where he faced Temps Varus, but I think that that'll be the actual focal point of today's matchup. And then on top of that, Longzhu really not really, finding their style in terms of champion compositions and stuff. They're really all over the place.
Oh, both teams definitely have a long way to go if they do want to qualify for playoffs. CJ dead last, winless currently, and both teams, like we said, trying to escape from the Zero.
Yep.
The Zero win. Longzhu, like we said, does have one win. It was a win versus KT Rolster earlier on today.
Yep.
And I think the biggest thing for both of these teams is sort of a reboot to their season. had a little bit of a shaky start, which is probably a huge understatement.
Right.
But whichever team does wind up picking up the win here today is going to have that opportunity to start their momentum rolling a little bit sooner. And it's important to get that going sooner rather than later, because you don't want to have that sort of cramming for the test mentality once it comes up to playoffs. Otherwise, you lose one game, you're out, and you've had this bad season the whole time. So a lot of improvement for both teams.
Right, and if CJ lose here, I don't know how that's going to affect them as an org, because CJ is one of Korea's longest-standing professional gaming organizations.
One of the biggest companies in the entire nation.
Yeah,
so.
they are, right. And, I mean, it's just not common to see them performing like this. And CJ was also the company that they had Blaze and Frost back in the day, and now here they are struggling to get a win. And if they go down today, I wonder what's actually going to happen, because I don't know if they're going to keep the same roster moving into week 4 or 5.
Well, that's the thing. They don't have to keep the same roster. They have one of the largest rosters in Champions. If not, I think they actually have the largest roster with 9 players. You've got guys like Ghost sitting on the bench. You've got guys like Sky, who played for some of the season but was a little bit lackluster. So you can tell they're making steps to improve, but they are a very old team that might need some new blood to spice things up a little bit. Same 5 players that they've been fielding all season long so far, and it's going to see if it's going to be interesting to see what they change.
And I wonder if how much of this is taking a toll on Madlife. Madlife, I think, I may be wrong, but I think he is the longest standing player currently still in LCK. And so a veteran like that having having a team perform like this, I wonder what's really going to happen there if they do lose today.
I want to see like a list of best players to have never won a tournament. I'm guessing he's probably pretty high up there. Not that he is bad or anything. It's that he's just on a team that's struggling. So let's go ahead and check out the bans here. First ban, LeBlanc. Not really a big surprise to ban that against BDD. We'll probably see a Zed ban too, or maybe just see it left open and maybe try to work around that. But a Rise ban, no surprise there.
Rise, 100%. Yep, there it is. So we'll see what else gets banned out here. Now, I don't know if they're going to give Coco his Azir from CJ. That is definitely a champion that Coco is he performed very nicely on. As you mentioned earlier, the 1v9 that he did last week.
He had like finished 7-3-4 in that performance versus KT. He was going in, going off. It was super crazy. And there's the Azir ban by CJ. Yep. Not a big mystery. Kind of could have waited for Longzhu to ban that, but because they are blue side, they will have first pick, and I don't think it's too far of an assumption to assume they'd pick Azir.
Right, and basically all of these bans, we're not seeing any meta-targeted bans right now, with maybe the exception of Kindred. Everything seems to actually be targeted at teams. And Nidalee to round it out.
You definitely expect to see that. Whoa, insta-lock Swain. Okay, Expression. No. I mean, I know he's pretty good, but this is going to give away a pretty easy Echo pick. Do you really just go Echo into this, or is there some like super secret counter pick?
Well, right now there's no counter. Well, Mundo being highlighted is actually interesting, but I don't think that you want to do Mundo until they really show their hand, because Mundo is a champion that thrives against double AP compositions.
He's like Swain, but he doesn't use mana for his ult.
And he also is actually useful if his team is not,
but he doesn't have an area of effect root.
Oh.
That's the well, okay, you can see the practical pick rate.
Well, my problem with Swain is, again, we saw it happen yesterday. Now, again, this is not SKT on CJ's side, but the problem with Swain is if the champion does not get ahead, he ends up, being a problem for the team.
Kind of a win more champion.
He's much more of a win more champion. He's not necessarily bad, but you can definitely craft a composition that will make it so that he's very difficult for him to do anything.
And one way to get him ahead is through strong jungle pressure. The Rek'Sai lock-in from Chaser definitely capable of accomplishing that.
Right. And the Karma pick, I guess that's going to be a support for Madlife. That's a little bit interesting. So probably is CJ going to hope for a line swap. And Rek'Sai being on blue side, that actually will attack Rek'Sai in some ways. So Rek'Sai is a champion that's a lot better suited on red side just because of the jungle paths, and her gank accessibility to mid lane and bottom lane is more favorable on red, as well as her control over neutral objectives is a little bit more superior on red side. So already being on blue side, there's a little bit of a disadvantage, and then the lane swap will directly attack that disadvantage.
All right,
They
so
go
let's,
for that. Yeah.
keep an eye on the AD carries. Kramer's Ezreal has traditionally been his best champion alongside with Lucian, so 2 of the top picks just in LCK in general. In fact, I think those are actually the 2 top picks in LCK this season for AD carry, with 10 picks for Lucian and 8 picks for Ezreal. So no surprise there, just playing towards the meta. Be interested to see what Coco's mid lane pick is, because we did talk about how pivotal he is to this Longzhu lineup. By far the best performing player this season.
Yep, and let's please don't
Swain is
pick
here?
the Vladimir.
Swain Vlad.
Don't do it. We saw the problems yesterday.
Yeah, the double healing composition seems to be very, very
I
popular.
am about to literally tilt a hole through the ceiling. I'm gonna just actually blow up. No, why?
Oh, there it is, the lock-in.
Oh man.
LS, why do you have
This is just such a, it's so terrible. It basically says we have to get ahead of you. We saw this yesterday with SKT versus Tigers, and let me tell you what, Longzhu is not playing at a level that is comparable to Rock's Tigers. So if that's now, obviously CJ is no SK Telecom right now, but the problem is this team composition continues to just fall off and off and off, and yes, they do have the base scaling, which enables a very strong wake up around the first core items, but the longer the game goes on, the worse it's going to get for you, and it just doesn't make any sense. And when CJ has the counter pick in mid lane, we already saw Vladimir has an awful time against Anivia, and he also has an awful time against some other control mages.
Yeah, Victor, kind of the same idea as Anivia in that you've got a lot of wave clear and a lot of just control, relatively immobile, but you just shove the wave out and you don't really have to play too well. Plus, it does allow you to bring Ignite along with it, and it'll be interesting to see if this is a double Ignite comp from CJ, just to limit all of that healing. You know, as much as you were critical of the Vladimir pick, LS, you actually...
If you're gonna do this team comp, you need Sivir on the AD carry. The Lucian does nothing. You are directly compromising the Yumu Black Cleaver build on Lucian because you don't offer any utility.
This is where we have, you know, Shirelia's Reverie randomly come back into the game to give you that AoE team move speed buff. And
Righteous Glory.
Hey, well, that's only single target, but...
Is Righteous single? Oh, they changed it.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
it used to be absolutely huge.
Well,
but-
Talisman of Ascension.
Hey, there you go. That's what you bring on Brawls when you walk into the lane.
This is all too easy for Victor to go Morellonomicon as well. This
Yeah,
is just
yeah,
perfectly
exactly.
setting up. I don't know.
boy.
I think it's disaster. I don't think
Well,
that.
we already saw one unsuccessful Vladimir game in OPL already today, so looking for maybe a little bit of redemption here in LCK.
Yeah.
We'll see if it does come out here, because Longzhu and CJ are both down at the bottom of the table looking for their first series win. This is how it starts. One of these teams will escape from zero. Who's it going to be? Let's go ahead and see our starting lineups as we get ready to load into the game. CJ Entis with a somewhat controversial healing composition. And of course on the other side, Longzhu. They've got a great champion for BDD in the mid lane, who's been one of their best performing players. I can't wait to see this game unfold. So let's go ahead and get into game number 1 of CJ Entis versus Longzhu. That's my favorite part of casting these games live at the Nexon Arena. If you guys are in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea, get your butts down here. This is the place to be to watch CJ Entis versus Longzhu tonight. It's actually kind of incredible to think about the mindsets both of these teams must have. It's like the escape from the zero, like already puts you in kind of a negative mindset. You're like, oh my gosh, we have to turn our season around here. because otherwise you kind of get left behind at the bottom of the table. A lot of pressure on these teams coming into game number 1. What are the objectives for both of these team comps, LS?
Well, the thing that I mentioned in Champion Select, where Longzhu is basically, they're going to have an extremely powerful first core item Wake Up, and that's mostly in part due to the base scaling of the champions that's coming in inside of Vladimir and Swain. In addition to that, the easy accessibility for the itemization for Emperor, because the items are so cheap and cost efficient, and also just they synergize so well together. So that's going to be Longzhu's timing to really do anything against CJ. CJ looking more so for like a 35-minute to a 40-minute like Elder Dragon or Baron victory on the backs of one of those two. And there's that lane swap coming in for CJ that I talked about.
Yeah, exactly. Going to put that up on the top half of the map, and this used to be a common strategy that you'd run against, weak starting mid laners. You used to see the duo lane swap into mid. I miss those days. That was primarily to shut down Kassadin when he was very strong, but this time you're kind of going to see that same idea to shut down Swain, because like you said, he's a champion that relies on getting ahead. If you 2v1 him, he's just not going to, whereas Echo, it's really difficult to shut that champion down.
Yeah, definitely, and definitely, like we were saying, it looks like Expression gonna collide with Mad Life right here. Mad Life's gonna actually benefit from the trade a little bit more because he has that that GP item.
Pure versus Untara. The support getting into the jungle right now. You can see both supports kind of with the same idea. Expression just gonna zone off a little bit there.
A little late there by Mad Life. That could have been dangerous, but probably not because Smite was up. So anyway, the important thing to notice is that Elemental Dragon is up. Now that's not going to be as beneficial for Longzhu given that they have 2 Monolith champions, but it is still important to talk about. And the ability to shred towers is definitely going to be on the side of Emperor and Pure, mostly because of Lucian's passive Light Slinger. And their ability to raise towers is going to be significantly faster than CJ.
Untara coming around the corner. He will be able to help out CJ as they look to take their top lane turret. Interesting to see Longzhu actually have the second highest first tower rating amongst all teams in LCK. So they are the teams that get the job done taking turrets down faster. CJ not so much. They also suffer in the first blood rating as well. They've not traditionally been the team to get at least as many first bloods as Longzhu, who get it like 75% of the time, something along those lines. So the stats, at least when I looked them up before this game, kind of, if you just read them, are in favor of Longzhu. And of course, this draft as well might have something to say about that. If they do want to go for those early aggressive plays to try to get ahead, it will be up to them to see if that is possible.
Yep. And it looks like CJ was actually able to take the tower a little bit quicker, so I'm not sure if Lucian was making use of Light Slinger there, so that was a little bit surprising to see. However, this is the problem that I talked about earlier on, but it doesn't look like Longzhu is capitalizing on it. There was a Dragon timing which was available, and that's the problem with these type of rotations that I've talked about time and time again since week 1, where it seems like teams don't truly understand what this lane swap is meant to do and in what ways it can be punished. And you could punish it with a Dragon timing just now.
Exactly. It's like, why are you 2v1ing? Why are you, putting so many champions in the same lane? It's not just to take the turret. It's because you can take the turret and do something else, like take Dragon, like rotate for deep ward coverage in the enemy jungle. A lot of different options, and it doesn't really seem like either team is really taking advantage of those. Although I think Longzhu did put a deep ward by the Wolf Camp for CJ, and of course pretty much the same example mirrored on the other side as CJ get a deep ward behind the wolves.
And the problem with this is now the recall timing directly synergizes with Untara having teleport up. Now Expression does as well, but the difference is going to be that Chaser's jungle camp clearing is going to be west-centric, whereas Graves's will be east-centric, which directly synergizes with the ability to capture Dragon.
So this should give CJ a little bit of a stronger ability to rotate from that second turret takedown up to Dragon if they so choose. They certainly won't meet with any other enemy champions to do that. Just should see this turret go down fairly easily.
Yep.
Interesting to see if they bounce this minion wave off of it, though.
Right. This turret's definitely going to fall, and now we can see Graves rotating down, and the ping goes down onto Dragon. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, is why are these Korean teams for 3 weeks straight continuously making poor macro decisions that can be remedied within 5 minutes of watching a VOD.
Well, you'll notice Longzhu actually lost their minion wave, so they had to proxy behind the turret and wait for another minion wave to come up. They're very slow on taking the second top lane turret, and that's going to give CJ all the time in the world to take this dragon down.
Yeah, and now I will give credit to Longzhu here. They do acknowledge that there is a counter punish with a Herald timing, but this could actually be attacked had Victor been able to place a ward inside of Herald, and then Graves rotates mid, Victor rotates Herald. So basically there's a giant chess game going on, and whether or not the champions are doing that or the teams are making those decisions, it's important to note that these options do exist.
Sure almost dies to the Rift Herald though, but it will get taken down. Given over to Chaser. Usually you see that given to a solo laner, but it does benefit the jungler, makes him faster, makes him stronger.
Right.
All those things Daft Punk would approve of.
Yeah, and that is going to benefit Rek'Sai greatly against Graves. So definitely look to see what Chaser does with that. But there's no dragon. I didn't get to catch what dragon is coming up next, though.
I always forget to look at the insignia on the wall
Right.
afterwards. It'd be super cool if I had a graphic for that. Mostly just saying that because our producers are listening. But Obliterate, to me, just signaling some of the difficulties that CJ have had there in the mid lane with the Victor pick. Although I will say it is still the best champion BDD has performed on this season. It may not look very good, but compared to some of the other struggles that CJ have had, putting a lot of faith there in BDD, whereas Coco, outside of Azir, has not looked very good this season.
Yeah, and it's important to note that I think that Longzhu would benefit greatly from an attack onto BDD's mana pool right now had they rotate into mid and use their top tier 2 as a sacrifice. And that's mostly because of the base scaling that we talked about, where they're going to be inherently stronger in a few moments coming up than anything CJ can really offer to collide against, in addition to the fact that they have 3 scaling champions. So there is going to be a giant rough patch coming up for CJ that's going to be approaching, and it's going to last quite a while until they can weather the storm.
So now that we've seen the early turrets and objectives be taken, what's next for both of these teams? It looks like CJ are all recalling for some buys, although Haru decides to stop that. And for the most part, all of the lanes have sort of frozen themselves into a position that the teams want them to be in.
Right, and basically what I was just saying is, as Longzhu, they want to make something happen. So the onus is on Longzhu right now to somehow make CJ either fight them or to attack objectives where CJ is going to be pressured from multiple angles, whether it's a losing lane or attacking two towers simultaneously, or just not enabling them to scale up. CJ's goal is to somehow prevent anything from getting really chaotic and enabling themselves to scale up to that Morellonomicon, scale up to that Manamune, scale up to Echo having 3 items, and that's their whole goal right now.
Well, there are a couple of big differences starting to transpire. Even though Chaser got a Gromp steal, he's still actually pretty far behind as far as jungle CS goes. And if you look up top lane, Untara doubling Expression's CS thanks to that unscouted lane swap early on that really put Expression behind. So we talked about how Swain does need to get ahead to be effective, and especially against Echo, sort of the titan of top lane. I like to compare Echo to Renekton back in the day. It's like, you thought to yourself, can I play this champion top lane? And you're like, well, how's its Renekton matchup? Well, now it's how's its Echo matchup? And the 1v1's okay, but you need to be in a good spot. Expression is not.
Yep. And please don't attack those minion waves, Untara. So basically, Longzhu messed up top lane right now, and it looks like they're calling up Chaser to break it. So this is a tactic that you can do in, professional play, or even in solo queue if you're a jungler or something and you see it happening. If your laner is getting freezed on, and it's an open lane or an extended lane, you can just go up there and shove the minion wave in to prevent a freeze from being initiated. Because if Untara was just able to freely do what he wanted just now, the lane would be pushing into Untara, and Expression would be left without anything to do.
Chaser really committing to farming up Scuttle Crabs. He's gone into the enemy jungle to steal away a couple of camps so far, and I mean, that's good, but he's still a little bit behind. He doesn't have his major augment just yet. It does look like he's going the defensive, tanky route. No surprise there, whereas Haru will be building offensively. And nothing else really going on. We've got a blue Ezreal being blue down on the bottom half of the map, but there's no turret to even really contest there, so we're just going to sit in lane phase for a little bit longer.
I think it's pretty important to note that Ezreal went double door on Blade, which is a mistake. He could have gotten away with a cull, correct. And because of that, Lucian is actually a lot further ahead in CS than it appears. So credits to Emperor for finding a way to, squeeze out an advantage.
Oh, just last second there. Chaser actually, oh no, he had Razor Sharp. Clearing out the ward that BDD placed, and Mad Life getting his roam on, but that will put him a little bit, lower in the experience.
This item that is coming out of Vladimir just doesn't make any sense.
That is the Hextech Proto Belt.
Well,
an item.
We saw how underwhelming it was yesterday. So I'm not quite sure why he's going for this item. And again, we talked about how they have this huge wake up around their first core item and their base scaling, but then they're going to fall off really hard, and that item's not going to do anything.
I think to myself, out of all the items you could build on Vladimir, Abyssal Scepter, great Vladimir item. You could build a Spirit Visage, another great Vladimir item, although maybe not with Graves Jungle. But either way, like there's some ways to fit good items on your champions. We've seen an incredibly lackluster performance, not just from Vladimir's, but from ones that go Proto Belt first.
Right. And that problem is going to arise the longer this game goes on, where Longzhu's just not going to be able to do anything. And they need to make something happen within these next 10 minutes. That is going to be their giant timing. Around the 25-minute mark, it will start to even out, and it'll come down to more so of a vision fight and who can get better angles and positioning. And then from there, it's going to become CJ's game.
All right, well, it looks like Longzhu do want to position there for the Dragon. Chaser loses that Smite fight. He didn't have Smite. No, he actually did have Smite. Haru got that one, right? I might have misseen it. But either way, Longzhu setting up for this Dragon. Looks like they will try to make a play in here. But Mad Life going to get blown apart there. But once Smite even starts, Coco coming around the corner as he comes, does land a one-man Hemo Plague onto Untara. Untara will get stunned up there. Taken down in the end, and Longzhu crushing it. A 1-for-3 exchange.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about, is right now, CJ, you need that tier. You need Echo to have a few more items. You need Victor to have his upgrades, and you need him to have Morel and Omicron, and it doesn't even look like he's going for that because he has a Negatron, which that will help later on, but this isn't really acceptable itemization right now. So they're actually even further behind than where they want to be. So that 25-minute, timing that we talked about just got a lot worse, and it's probably going to look like more so 30 minutes now if CJ wants to have an even fight.
Yeah, CJ is starting to try to scale up, but you don't want to fight those early fights.
Yeah, and here comes this replay, and they just get straight onto Mad Life, who doesn't really do anything. Echo with a bit of a misplaced convergence, and you can just see that they can't do anything in these team fights. No damage, you have no answer for Swain, and the only Ignite, that you could have placed got blown up on Mad Life instantly.
You're actually a little bit unlucky that last fight. He got out just barely alive, and then BDD sniped him over the wall with a laser. So nice to see a little bit of cleanup there for CJ, but 3-1, they lose that Dragon, which will give both teams that Ocean Drake.
Right.
And kind of even up that sustain.
And so now the thing that you want to do is top lane is technically the pawn for CJ, where it's not really valuable to them, but Longzhu could use it just to keep getting further ahead, use it as an acceleration tool. They don't want to invest too much into defending it. It looks like they are bringing up people to defend it, but this isn't going to be good for CJ. This isn't something that they actually want to devote resources into defending because it just enables Longzhu to basically have their way with them.
And now Longzhu going to get a faster rotation towards the mid lane. Won't catch BDD or anything, but a lot of damage there on Haru. Longzhu just really doing a great job with these rotations, getting a lot of good poke damage down.
Absolutely. They're doing a lot of things correctly here. And now the problem is CJ, you notice in bot lane, while all this is going on, is Ezreal is shoving the lane back into Longzhu. And if Longzhu wants to, now they can lock that lane. And then what do? You have 3 scaling champions without a really accessible lane to go to other than mid, but if that happens, a fight is likely to break out or you're going to lose ground on all the other rest of the map.
Especially when we talked about how far behind he was early on in the 1v1. He's now even more farther.
Further.
Further, there we go. that feel when you just can't remember the one word. Even further behind, although he does have that Rod of Ages, so at least he's going to be stacking up. Hopefully that scaling gets him a little bit better in that 1v1 matchup. So Untara doing a great job there in the 1v1, but it's been about, well, to be fair, like actually CJ had better rotations early and they got the Dragon off of taking the bottom turret.
Right.
But now it's Longzhu, they're making better cuts through the jungle, better rotations up towards top lane.
Correct.
And nice to see both teams at least showcasing some of their strength as, you know, the theme is escaping from that 0.
Right. Longzhu is definitely a little impressive with how aggressive they were speeding up the game, but now it seems like they're starting to relax again, and that's something I don't want to see them do. I want to see them keep up the pressure, keep up the heat, because that is something that CJ can't deal with at this point in time. But if you give them another 10 minutes, you know, 10, 15 minutes, it's going to become problematic.
I want to see people start keeping track of the SCC, the Scuttle Crab control, of course, because it does appear as if Chaser has gotten like every single one of them this game. I say almost every single one because there is a red one down by the dragon.
Yeah.
And I once again did not catch which dragon will be spawning next. Still waiting to
I wish
see
it
what
just
that
showed
is.
it on the pit.
I don't know why it doesn't. I
On
guess
the
you have to
minimap.
have room for that colored hourglass to show when it is spawning.
And
That's
you
why we
see a
have
lot of
giant
pings
dragon.
going down right now, but I'm not really too sure about CJ's rotations.
Mad Life got blown apart that last time he tried to get into the jungle. Now Chaser and Pure trying to look for a cut, but not sure if they're really going to find it. That is not a high damage duo, but there's a lot of CC that might allow enough time for Emperor to rotate up.
And it looks like now BDD is going to try to make his way over, but he's just, no, never mind. He's going to stay in mid lane. And this is what CJ wants. This is like, they just want to keep locking Longzhu up inside of just doing nothing. You know, let him have control of the jungle. That doesn't matter. You know, let him have control of the lanes as long as it's not harming you or, you know, compromising your economy. And then if this happens and Longzhu just can't find a crack in the armor, it's going to benefit CJ the longer this game goes.
Well, CJ kind of getting zoned out of their jungles. Top lane Expression actually might have a good angle here onto Untara. He's playing that lane so well. He's down like 30 CS and he's still bringing the pain to Untara. I did not expect that, but he's playing it very well. So first pick Swain, not something I would expect to see a whole lot, but it's working out for Longzhu.
Yep. And that Karma pick not really doing too much so far, by the way, and that's something that I need to bring up because it will end up becoming a handicap in the team fights in any sort of 4v4 or 3v3 scenarios, and that's important to note. Basically, CS across the board, though, Lucian is actually really, really far ahead of Ezreal because you have to factor in that call. In mid lane, though, Coco, as expected, you know, beating up his opponent in CS. Coco has, I think, actually the highest CS differential at 10 minutes with almost 15 on average. Now, I know that we're going in 20 minutes, but it's important to know he has consistently stayed ahead for the entire match. And the CS in top lane is basically, you know, keeping CJ in this. Otherwise, without these CS leads in mid and in top, they would be considerably behind in gold.
Yeah, BDD is actually doing really well, and to be fair, we haven't really seen, we saw like one big fight, so that's it. And now Untara trying to get in here does have a little bit of help. Expression knows that he would win the 1v1, so there must be help there. Haru in the jungle, of course, coming up to aid Untara, but just gets a Gromp in exchange.
Yep.
Looks like Expression will get a blue buff of his own. I think that's his second blue buff so far. It will be scouted out, and this should allow him to really bully Untara, even though he's been a little bit further behind all game. He's still down like 30 CS, but yeah, hashtag things Swain does.
So I am surprised that Coco's actually not a lot further down in CS, just because of how this lane matchup goes. So credit to him. I realized I just misspoke. I said Coco was ahead in CS. I didn't mean that. I meant BDD was ahead. But it's impressive that Coco is keeping up as much as he is, because I would have expected him to actually be further behind just because of the matchup dynamic. And an Inferno Drake goes over to Longzhu.
Wow.
And that is the best dragon in the game. So definitely will help them out.
You know, you'd think having a Water Drake and a Fire Drake would somehow cancel each other out, but instead they're just both super strong. Now you take less damage because you can heal it back up, and you deal more damage because of the Inferno Drake. So pretty great plays for Longzhu to be in. And while CJ are still scaling up, they don't have that big power spike from the blue Ezreal on his Muramana. They also don't really have any big healing reduction items like Morellonomicon or Mortal Reminder, anything like that. They do have 2 Ignites though.
Yeah, and I don't understand why BDD isn't going Morellonomicon, and we can see he even has a needlessly large rod, so it doesn't even look like he's considering Morellonomicon, so it's very bizarre itemization. We saw yesterday Faker uncharacteristically actually getting a Morellonomicon relatively early on in Nivea, just to make sure that his team had those Grievous wounds. And it's not even like it would just be an attack on Vladimir or Swain. It does attack Rek'Sai, it does attack Lucian. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, the bigger thing about Mortal Reminder is that it's kind of guaranteed. It's like, hey, if I put you to this HP, you're going to stay there. You're not going to have these crazy burst heals like Vladimir have. You definitely need healing reduction for. Although that could be what these Ignites are for. We haven't seen too much team fighting, so that kind of ensures that when you need the Ignite, it's going to be there. Now, mid lane Haru forces dash and flash out, but now the big dive coming in here for Longzhu. Haru gets taken down there. BDD in a little bit of a rough spot. He is down behind the turret. He's going to get taken out. Untara now coming back in, but it's in a 1v4, 1v5. Can Untara make it out alive? He can. Things Echo does there, but a big team fight win there for Longzhu Coco with a nice sidestep at the end.
Yeah, and I just have to say the Emperor's Lucian is probably the most aggressive positioning Lucian I've actually seen in quite some time.
When it works, it works. When it doesn't,
yeah.
Well, it
no,
doesn't.
it's really nice to see. He really just gets up in your in his opponent's faces, and
and same mindset from Coco on his big Azir game that he had versus KT that gave Longzhu their first actual game win of the season. He was always the one going
let's look at this replay. So Coco using that Proto Belt, and you just see how underwhelming that item is. Then he gets locked up. He is going to make it out because of the Samuel pool, but it doesn't matter because Emperor just comes in and completely slice and dices everyone up, and Untara doesn't have the items to really do anything yet. And we can just see this Karma, and what is she doing the entire game?
Yeah, Mad Life pretty underwhelming. I'm not really sure what does Karma really bring to this team comp. I guess it's good into Vladimir because you can lock him up through his pool, but that seems like a ancillary fact.
The Karma is a really nice speed up for Victor and Echo, but you don't need it against this composition from Longzhu. You just need to, as weird as it sounds, you actually just need to sustain through them, even though they're the ones that generally would want to be sustaining.
Oh, here we go. Mad Life walking up for a tether. He's actually just going to get exploded, but it's actually Pure that dies first. You can see Coco, Emperor, both onto BDD. There's the Rocket Bell. It's going to help pick up that kill. Coco, though, in a little bit of a rough spot. Will try to flash over the wall. Flashes into the turret, but Expression's the one taking it. Kramer with a nice snipe, and here comes Untara. Won't be able to find the catch there, and right back at ya. 1-for-3 exchange in CJ's favor.
Yeah, and these are the type of fights that CJ needs. They need the very bizarre terrain fights where Longzhu can't really group up and do what they need to do, and CJ benefits a lot more from small skirmishes. So with that team fight going over to CJ, they get the shutdown gold, they reclaim mid tower, and now the lanes are also going to be in their favor. So everything going right for CJ right now, and they even take the time to counter Jungle Chaser.
Big turnaround there from CJ. What really happened there? I saw Mad Life get a little bit caught out, then he flashes out, and all of a sudden it's Pure that dies first. So
Mad Life is actually the massive bait. Let's check it out right now. So Mad Life, it looks like he's going to get bursted, but you can't just burst Mad Life down with a Braum and a Rek'Sai, especially not when that Rek'Sai is tanky. So when Braum just instantly goes down, Chaser tries to make it out. They do clean up BDD in the back, but that's not going to really do anything. Coco still having flash because he was able to make away from the previous fight using the Sanguine pool.
That's snipe, Kramer. Absolutely.
But Ezreal, this is the problem that the Longzhu team composition has, is if they fall apart, they fall apart, and that's why all you need to do is sustain against them and keep trying to get into positions that you're going to be superior to them.
Wow. CJ Entus with a brief respite. Either way. Some time to get their scaling on. Kramer, even though he's not totally scaled up, used his power spike so effectively, and he turned that gold into an Executioner's Calling, which is going to be the first healing reduction item we see here on the CJ comp, and it's going to be incredibly valuable to allow him to really keep Expression or Coco in check over the course of these long fights.
Yeah. And the good thing about that is Ezreal's long range, so applying the Grievous Wounds is going to be relatively easy. Although I still would have liked to have seen Morellonomicon come out on BDD over Ezreal having to go into that build path, but it's not so bad. So now we are approaching that timing that we talked about where it's going to become CJ's game, and then how is Longzhu going to make a pick using Braum or Expression?
Tara has the potential for a big stun to start this fight off. A nice calling, and Coco's in there with a Hemoplague, but it really only targets Tara. He will get stunned out there by the concussive blows, trying to get taken out there. Pure dodges that laser, the True Shot Barrage takes him out. Another huge snipe from Kramer.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, and an Inferno Drake to even the game.
2 Infernos for Longzhu would be crazy right now, but instead they lose that team fight, and now they're going to lose the Drake to CJ.
Now, what CJ needs to do immediately is not touch bot lane. Just don't touch it all, because now it is the CJ game. And so now Longzhu really needs to make use of somehow picking them off, maintaining dominating vision control. Let's jump back into that pick that Longzhu was trying to go for, but they know existed, so... I mean, you just see, they can't do anything. And from this angle, it's too difficult for Longzhu to get into the back line or really make use of Swain or just anything with their team comp. And it's entirely problematic.
This game has been the AD carry show. Kramer and Emperor both just going off. Nice snipes from Kramer, as Emperor playing incredibly aggressively. And it's just so fun to watch these AD carries in team fights. Longzhu might be feeling the desperation. Not going to start Baron up by any means, but do want to secure some vision control around that objective just to put some pressure on.
Right. And now we see that, Swain is in bot lane pushing, and this is the main reason that I told CJ, or I suggested, CJ needs to not actually shove the lane back into them, because if that would have happened, Expression actually could not be doing what he's doing right now without being unsafe.
Oh man, a little bit of a wait and bait here. Chaser, Emperor, and Pure all looking to come around the corner. They will be spotted out by this Trinket Ward. Chaser snipes it out. Kramer does not know about Emperor and Pure until just then.
Yeah. And we see it. Longzhu is acknowledging that, okay, we can't actually doing anything anymore, so we need picks. And the problem is it's really hard to actually pick against an Ezreal, because if you're trying to contest a neutral objective like Baron or Dragon, and they don't have vision, and maybe their blue trinkets aren't up, and we even see a blue trinket actually coming out on BDD, it's too easy for Ezreal to just shoot that Arcane Barrage to actually see what is going on.
A little bit of stun there onto Coco, starting to get a little bit of damage done, but it's Vladimir. Heal that back up. Gosh. Things they make me say. Kramer, although does have his Executioner's Calling like we were talking about, I can only hope that BDD gets a Morellonomicon AoE healing reduction. Probably a good thing to have, although Kramer's really been the one putting up the big performances here. That altercation in the bottom lane probably won't be too impactful, and just going to see some wave clear mid. It's going to be about these rotations. Big culling there. A lot of damage onto Kramer. Emperor winning the 1v1, but there's a lot more champions from CJ on the top half of the map.
Yeah, and now Longzhu, the clock is ticking, and the more that it ticks, the better it gets for CJ. And Echo's not going to want to go back in time, I'll tell you that much. So now the problem is CJ also still has their mid-tier 1 tower up, so it's really problematic for Longzhu to also be able to somehow make use of Wraiths or Wolves vision control with that tower still standing. So they're extremely constricted right now, and I don't know what Longzhu can do to actually, get out of this other than a massive vision war game, but that's increasingly difficult against a Karma and an Ezreal.
This game is so close. Like, you look at the gold count, it's almost completely identical. Kills almost identical. Dragon stacks are actually identical, and it's kind of balanced on a knife's edge, which is kind of what you expected to see between these two teams, both kind of at the bottom of the standings. They both had relatively long games, played it very similarly. And oh man, here we go! A knockup on a Mad Life, and he is out of there. Haru, maybe the next to fall. Gonna take a lot of damage from Coco. Pops that shield, but it's not enough. Emperor with a double kill.
Yeah, and these are the picks that they needed, and it's really bizarre why CJ is not just acknowledging that this is Longzhu's only chance. They literally have one out to get back into this game, and it's exactly through tactics like these. They really need to, you know, step up their guerrilla warfare.
Chaser gets the red buff, but he loses most of his HP. Stealing that away, gonna keep that off of Kramer. And Emperor with another huge
Oh,
fight.
no.
And, oh man, they're starting up this Baron. Now that pink ward does reveal the trinket ward at the back, but let's see if CJ want to fight this. I'd love to see a replay of the last fight, but we got another one coming up. Montara gonna be the first one into the pit. BDD trying to stay towards the back there. Kramer gonna get exhausted, so he's not gonna be putting out damage. They're still on the Baron. Who is gonna get it? The spike by Chaser. And the fight will commence with Expedition in a great spot in the front of the fight. He will get locked down by the gravity field, taking a lot of damage, but he's just barely gonna heal it back up. Here comes Kramer, but he's gonna get busted. No, it's Mad Life that comes up with a kill onto Emperor. And now Longzhu heading for the hills, running for their lives. Chaser and the rest of his team get out, but not so lucky for Coco and Emperor.
Yeah, but that's still going to be a victory for Longzhu. That could have actually gone a lot worse for
They
them.
were so low.
Yeah, they were.
Oh my
Credit
gosh.
to them for managing to stay on the outskirts of the Victor damage and the Ezreal damage at specific points. A little unlucky by CJ there, and we can see that they're going for this Baron call, and they do make the decision to stick onto Baron, and this is primarily because Graves is not here. There's no Smite congestion, and it looks like they just secure that, so they get the Baron enhanced stats. Echo ends up going down in the back, and then Expression, a little too caught up, gets caught in the gravity field, but it doesn't matter, he makes it out anyway. Emperor trying to just, you know, do a last stand and take Ezreal with him, but he doesn't. If he did, it would have been a lot better for Longzhu than just this, but still a victory.
A nice never move on BDD to keep him from double killing Emperor and Pure off there towards the end, or at least Pure Emperor did wind up dying, but kills still very close. Objectives maybe not so close with that Baron going down. Expedition will have that, so that means his shoving into Untara will be a little bit stronger, and maybe these rotations might be a little bit more impactful too. I believe that is a Cloud Drake for our third dragon of the game. So we've had two good dragons, now we get Cloud Drake.
Yep, and that is just unlucky.
Well, to be fair, Cloud Drake does help you make those rotations a little bit more. It's not that we're saying it's useless, it's just not as useful as things like doing 24% bonus damage.
Yep.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, feels very, very good. I mean, if you're dying from thirst, I guess an ounce of water will, it's definitely better than 0. So it's basically the same
Very
thing here.
true. Well, now the little brother Cloud Drake will come into play. It looks like CJ are in position for it, but not necessarily maybe worth their time. Although, if you look at Longzhu, they're making big cuts up towards the mid and top lane.
Yep.
Chaser rotating up will get a pretty nice pick on the second tier turret, and CJ will need time to save their mid, but see where Longzhu go.
Longzhu doing an excellent job, honestly. They're neglecting bot lane because they realize that directly synergizes with the ability to take Dragon, so they don't need to devote focus to it right now. And they just look to pressure top lane and mid lane simultaneously, and now it opens up their ability to capture Dragon, as long as the team fight doesn't come out now.
No Morellonomicon in sight, only one Executioner's calling, and we did see Graves go Mortal Reminder yesterday to counter the same exact healing composition, but
right.
Looks like we are not going to see that so far here, and now it's Longzhu who are actually in position for this Cloud Drake.
Yeah. And not the best of rewards. That's sort of like your grandmother giving you a sweater at Christmas. You just have to pretend.
The Grandma Sweater Drake.
The grandma sweater, yep. That's exactly what that is, actually.
Whoever wants to like reskin that in the game can have all of my upvotes. I don't even care. It would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and here's that synergistic push that we talked about. Dragon into bottom tower, and CJ doesn't have a response to it. So what CJ needs to do right now is concede all tier 2 towers, yes, including the one in mid lane, and then you need to turtle your tier 3 inhibitor turrets until the next Baron comes up. Use the barrage from Ezreal to wither down the opponent, the enemy team, and really just constrict the terrain with Victor's gravity field into getting an advantageous fight. And then that's how you're going to win fights and then turn the tides on Longzhu.
3 turrets in a row so far here for Longzhu, and they will finally hit that big recall with thousands of gold in their inventory and some big items about to be purchased. You can see Emperor has already got his 4-item power spike, only 3.5 there for Kramer, and his items maybe aren't quite as just non-stop aggression as the Emperor's are. 20 CS advantage there, and he is, or 15, and he is continuing to lead his team in the damage department, in the initiation kind of department too. He's playing that Lucian very aggressively, and we all expected Coco to be the one just going off on Longzhu, but looks like Emperor, oh, the smite steal in your face! Haru comes out with a nice red buff.
Yep. And now the game has slowed down, so this is going to be CJ's chance to, recover the game to the best of their ability, because Longzhu is not going to have that Baron enhanced buff, enhancing the minions to push down towers easy. So all that's going to happen right now is probably both teams are just going to stalemate until that Baron that you can now see coming up in 2 minutes.
Oh, Untara gonna get slowed out there. Will get a nice 2-man stun. He's thinking about going back in, but instead he'll actually get stunned out by those concussive blows. Running back away, he is okay.
Yeah.
A nice cut. Emperor threw on that Youmu's for it, and I was not gonna go for it. But either way, nice rotations here. Longzhu definitely being more active out on the map.
One thing I would like to see is actually, even though the yellow trinket on Swain isn't particularly too bad, and generally it is acceptable for top laners to keep their yellow trinket, I think given that Longzhu's ability to maintain this advantage and also just end the game is off of the ability to create a pick, I would like him to also swap to sweepers.
Definitely very valuable when it comes to securing objectives later on. It feels like anytime I talk about one team for too long, I'm always kind of suspicious. I've kind of been doing that with Longzhu. CJ, though, definitely biding their time, like you said, just giving up a few of their outer turrets and saying, hey, let's scale up, let's pick the fights we need to. A Mortal Reminder completed for Kramer, and some other items coming in. Kind of unsung hero, BDD, is almost at 400 CS at 37 minutes. That's no joke. He is going to be a monster in these team fights, but there is a lot of magic resistance itemization coming out from Longzhu that might temper it a little bit, although he does have a Void Staff, so lots to keep an eye on as this game progresses into its later phases.
Yep. And the big question is can he actually complete, well, no, I guess he did get Void Staff, so I don't think we're going to see him complete Rabadon's, before Baron, coming up in 20 seconds here. So a little unfortunate there, so he'll just have to make do with the Void Staff. And the decisive team fight that's coming up here in probably the next 2 minutes is going to be, I think, the game-ending team fight.
Oh man, CJ getting a little bit of a move speed buff there from Mad Life, but not going too crazy. Oh, Chaser takes a tunnel. He actually gets out. He basically just ran through the entire CJ team. I'm not sure how he survived, but good on you, Chaser. Able to escape alive.
And here
wait,
comes...
what? Oh, Chaser is not on aggroed yet. There we go.
Well, Chaser has the Cinder Hulk. Does that aggro? I think
it was just still aggroed from when Haru auto-attacked it. Expansion waiting in base for a teleport should he be needed. There is a good ward behind the pit there for Longzhu if they want to go ahead and channel that.
I don't like this angle from CJ.
We have the first teleport channel. Here we're going to see Expansion coming in from behind for Godflank. Longzhu will take out BDD. Expansion there with the kill. Needs to be a little bit careful, but he will hit that Zonya's. Untara, Kramer, both trying to retreat in the same direction there. Haru versus Coco in the backline. The exhaust comes down, and it will be a 1-for-1 exchange there. Emperor, though, picks up that kill onto Haru, and it's a 1-for-2 exchange in the end. Such a good flank there from Expression, but now back onto the Baron. Could CJ re-engage this?
Can Echo do this? I don't like the... Oh, no, that's a beautiful parallel convergence. Now, the problem is you can't do this against Ezreal. It's too hard. And this is what we were talking about. If Emperor, now obviously Emperor is doing fantastic this game on Lucian, and he's done a lot for his team, but if that was a Sivir just now, you do have the ability to turn on this. But without like a true team fight or a flank, they're so reliant on the flanks. And here we come. Here comes the replay now, where Chaser just gets up in the team, especially with one of the most impressive flanks we've actually seen on a Swain so far this season. And it just gets backline and melts BDD, and then with that, Kramer just needs to keep kiting backwards. A little bit of a love shot coming out between Haru and Coco there, and if that didn't happen, they probably could have secured the Baron.
Right, that last second collateral damage from Haru, really, really MVP. Took the Vladimir out of the game, and it kept Longzhu from being able to stay on that Baron. Now, a little bit of a breather, both teams posturing around the mid lane. Pings onto the top lane. Now, Expression will not have his teleport. Same thing for Antara. So there's no globals out there. Not even Chaser has his Void Assault, so he won't even be able to come out onto the map for crazy plays like that.
The thing is the only summoner up right now is on Expression. Now, that is a person that it is very important to have the summoner. What are you doing, Mad Life?
Mad Life gets caught out there by the Never Move, but it's actually Pure that might be in a little bit of a rough spot. Uses that Glacial Fissure. Pure still forced to retreat. Both supports with some pretty rough positioning there.
Yeah. And the thing that I was saying is a summonerless fight heavily benefits CJ. It is so difficult for Longzhu with that team composition to really make anything happen without their summoners.
Coco needs to be a little careful there walking into the pit. Parallel Convergence comes out, but it's not going to be used for a stun. Tara, traditionally very great positioning, but CJ not managing their waves will have both top and bottom positioning, and it's going to force Kramer to recall and might just give Longzhu this Baron window they were looking for. Oh, he actually can't recall because he knows the Baron's about to be done.
And Untara doesn't have teleport, but Untara is the best candidate to send, mostly because, again, Longzhu, no summoners except for Swain having Flash, so the Gravity Field and Ezreal are who you really need to keep at the team fight.
Echo going to be out of this fight for at least a few more seconds. He just queued the wave and then walked up here to the Baron, down to half HP. Pure still very, very low, though.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. That Gravity Field and the shots from Ezreal, it's too difficult to make anything happen. You need those summoners. And so now, with the lane being fixed in bottom lane, it will Glacier into Longzhu. And if you're unfamiliar with what Glacier means, it means the stockpile of 3 or 4 or more waves, rather than just 1 or 2.
It's like a freeze, but like a really frozen freeze.
Yeah.
It's like the difference between a shake and a thick shake. I actually learned that difference just yesterday. I had no idea. Today I learned. And now we're going to see Elder Drake traded for Baron. Longzhu going for Elder Drake, whereas CJ will secure this Baron buff. Who wins out in that trade, LS?
Well, the problem, if Longzhu remains summonerless, but we see now that Vladimir has his summoners back up, Chase are going to have his summoners up. The only people that will be without summoners is the Flashes on Emperor and Pure. Because of that, Longzhu benefits more.
Now, could be seeing, we're going to see a cut up the mid lane, and Expression is just going to take this. So much burn damage here onto the turret, it's just actually disgusting to see how fast it goes down. Even without minions, Expression will heal back up off of that wave, and Longzhu get out with an objective and a turret, but Baron buff for all 5 members.
Yeah.
CJ ends this.
It's like a battle of Pokemon legendaries right now, Baron versus Elder Drake.
Bush of Death, here comes Expression. Okay, it's actually just Expression. The rest of his team pieced out. And CJ with a big cut up the mid lane. They do have Baron buffed up minions, and they'll take a second tier turn of their own. This game is actually still incredibly even, but Coco trying to come in for a flank onto the side. Expression in a good flanking position here as well. Kramer's going to start the fight here. Here comes Chaser. A big knock up into the back with a nice Hemo Plague on top of the entire enemy team. Mad Life's going to be the first ball. BDD dropping very, very low. BDD is out of here. A nice Zonya's there from Coco to keep him alive for a little bit longer. He does have that Sanguine Pool, so he will stay alive. And Longzhu find 3 picks that could just end this game in their favor.
Yeah, and they have a minion wave in mid lane, and it is amazing that CJ continues to somehow allow Expression to get these flanks off. Truly a testament to Longzhu as well, though, for being able to capture the opportunity to do something like that, but just very bizarre.
Going to be a very hard defense here for CJ if Longzhu can can be stopped. Certainly does not look like it. They do have a minion wave. They don't have Baron buffed up minions, but they have incredibly strong champions, and 2 more of them. Then CJ as they continue this push into the base. Can Kramer wave clear this effectively enough? It looks like Longzhu just going to actually try to tank this up. There's so much turret damage that they are putting out.
So
Jacer a little bit low there off the turret. Some respawns coming in. BDD just about to respawn. Mad Life super low off of that culling from Emperor.
Yep, and now they took 1 Nexus turret, so every inhibitor is a lot more threatening than it would normally be. And it looks like CJ, though, going to get a tower, thanks to that glaciered wave.
Yeah, it's that
Longzhu in need of a little bit of global warming right now. They need a little bit of Bill Nye in the bot lane.
Need to make sure that they know and care about that. Where is Leonardo DiCaprio to remind us that is a significant issue in League of Legends?
Yeah.
League of Legends is a very environmentally conscious game where you run around killing endangered animals.
You're gonna call PETA?
Oh man, is there like a Gromp PETA? I don't know. Gromp lives matter, man. You guys can't be killing those junglers or monsters.
Here's a replay, and you can see that. Like, it's amazing how they funnel into the one area, and I mean, I guess they don't really have a choice at that point that, Expression was already there, but why are you letting yourselves get into these positions?
Kramer's had great decision-making, great positioning over the last few fights. That fight he did actually almost nothing. The Arcane shifted away when Expression came in there, didn't get CC'd, but he actually just had no appeal and was forced to save himself from the wall. 0 damage done. So great positioning. Expression's flanks this game have been godlike, so he has been in the best position every single time, and it's been awesome to watch Longzhu team fight off the back of that. Does have his teleport coming up here in just about a minute, so once that comes up, he'll definitely make that possibility once again. That time he actually didn't even need teleport to be in a good position, so excited to see how that changes things once those summoner spells do come up, because Untara's teleport is up right now, and he can definitely make those same flank plays.
Right, and I mean, the problem for CJ is they're not technically out of the game, although the odds do seem stacked against them. They still can get a fight from a proper angle and get into those 3v3s or anything, any scenario where the terrain is going to be on their side will basically make it so they can win the fight. And we saw that when Longzhu funneled into Dragon. And we saw that when Longzhu tried to go for some play at their red buff. They need to use the terrain to their advantage.
Now, Tara is splitting bottom lane. He does have his teleport, so something to keep an eye on. Longzhu did lose that second tier bottom lane turret with some core wave management, so need to keep an eye on that. Jacer actually inside the base along with Coco as his minion wave pushes down the bottom lane now. There is no more Baron buff, no more Elder Dragon. We're just down to 5 champions versus 5. A recall actually coming in here from Untara, but it looks like they might give up this top inhibitor, Coco rather. See how effective that healing inhibition was from the Mortal Reminder, keeping him from getting all the way back up to full HP.
And it looks like this isn't necessarily an angle that CJ wants. They don't want just a runway fight, at least not at their inhibitor. They would benefit from a runway fight if Longzhu was on the defensive end, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. And you can see Chaser just trying to actually get an angle where he could get into the back lines, given how tanky he is. And Coco just shoving up the mid lane. So they're basically being picked and pulled at on 3 fronts.
Well, except for the bottom lane, which is completely pushed out. But up here, it does look like CJ trying to find some way to catch out onto Coco. He does have that mortal or grievous wounds on him, so he won't be able to turn around for the healing. That might be a big deal as this game progresses. Actually, Lord Dominic's Regard built by Haru. Kind of interesting there. I feel like Mortal Reminder is a much better pick into this team comp, but why do you think he went for Lord Dominic's? I
think he went Lord Dominic's because Ezreal has a relatively easy time applying Mortal Reminder to everyone, and it does last quite a considerable amount of time. So looks like he's just trying to get that more damage out onto Swain and Vladimir and Rek'Sai mostly. And now with Baron coming up in a minute, it's going to be the same story as most of these team fights for the past 50 minutes, where can Longzhu find a way, and teleport is up on Expression, to get another flank off. And they're not as reliant on it right now, given how far ahead they are, but it would be nice because it would probably end the game, given that they have 2 open inhibitors and 1 Nexus turret remaining on CJ.
We've only cast 1 game tonight, LS.
Yeah.
And if this game is indicative of how the rest of the games are going, well, you might be looking for a cheap taxi or something. But this is a very long game, not unexpected. Both of these teams do have some of the longest game times of any teams in LCK, sitting on the bottom half. And it's a little bit shaky here and there. We've seen both teams win fights. I guess that's what you call back and forth. I know a lot of people say back and forth, but it just means teams are throwing it back and forth. But this has actually just been great team fighting and transitioning for both teams. It just hasn't really led to one team having enough of a dominant victory to win, although Longzhu do look like they are significantly ahead.
And you can see that Expression is setting up for that flank, and it might happen from Red. Is that we're going to be his ward of choice. We're going to see in a second here.
Coco behind the Baron pit here, trying to look for a flank. Actually gets a lot of damage down onto Haru. He's going to drop that Hemo Plague to force the pool at the last second. Expression coming in, and oh my gosh, he's going to kill him. Coco with the first kill of the fight. BDD, though, will turn it around for a kill onto Pure. Coco actually did die, though, so it's a 2-for-1 in CJ's favor. BDD very, very low. Expression does go down. A clutch shield from Mad Life will save the day there for CJ Entus. Emperor and Chaser both alive, but neither one of them really impactful in that fight.
Yeah, and you see almost all of the summoners except for Expression and Coco maintaining their flashes. The flash on Graves basically negligible. The next fight is going to be a lot different because of those flashes. And I mean, CJ. Here we go. We're gonna jump into a replay really quick, and you can see Coco taking huge chunks of damage. Now, the important thing to note is Kramer gets deleted from the fight. That might not be the case next time. Now, BDD manages to salvage this fight with Haru in the back, and almost gets taken down, but manages to live thanks to the Siphon. And they managed to salvage the team fight, but they couldn't do anything off it because they are so reliant on Kramer.
Siphon of Destruction and life-saving, apparently. Synonymous there with that ability. Yeah, but now it's Baron time for CJ Entus. It does look like Longzhu will be coming up there, but currently it's only Pure with Chaser in tow. Teleport coming in the back of the pit. CJ are committing for this. I don't know if Chaser can steal it in time. He cannot. Might just need to walk into the base to try to backdoor it, but no, we're actually going to go in here for the fight. Chaser, very low. He will go down. He does have Guardian Angel, so he's going back up there. Pure walks in and dies for free. Chaser, you're not getting out that easily, and that is 2 big kills for CJ Entus as now they look to push down the mid lane.
I'm not sure what I just watched. They literally funneled in like ants.
One by one, man.
Yeah, to die, and that was just... The Baron doesn't lose you the game, but I don't think they can actually hold this barrage because Ezreal... This might be it. CJ, this is their time.
CJ Entus, they turtled for so long, but at the end of the day, it's going to be up to Coco getting in with a big Hemo Plague. That's going to heal him back up to almost full. No, even under that healing reduction, he still gets back up to almost full health. I think Coco just kind of saved it there with the flash Hemo Plague.
Coco did just keep them in it, but they're not out of the woods yet. CJ has actually brought this game full circle, and now the onus is on Longzhu to actually find a way to win a team fight, and how are you going to do that without any of your summoners? Kramer not going to be able to be as caught out as easily this time around.
And Elder Dragon is up. No teleports available, showing that inhibitor respawn. CJ are going to try to make this Elder Dragon happen. Very, very low there. It's going to get smote away by Haru, and that's going to secure both major buff objectives for CJ Entus. Can they make it back to their base? The answer is yes. Longzhu. What is their answer?
I don't know what Longzhu is actually going to do because now everything is working against them. They don't have the summoners that they need. There's no way they're going to be able to get a flank off now because CJ is only going to be coming from one angle. So unless you get some sort of a flank in mid lane when CJ extends too far forward, I'm not sure what they're going to actually be able to do inside of these team fights. And the problem now is Deathcap is also out for Victor. Victor is completely full item. Graves is full item with the Guardian Angel, and Echo is full. So this is that point in the game where I talked about in Champion Select that if it reaches this point, Longzhu is the one that needs to make a miracle happen. And truly impressive by CJ for, as I said, they weren't completely out of the game yet, but they needed a perfect positioning fight in order to salvage it, and they managed to find it and make it happen.
I actually saw this in Longzhu's very first game of the season versus the Afrika Freaks. They held an impressive, I think 6,500 gold advantage over the Freaks in game 1, but they just didn't push it hard enough, let the Freaks scale up, and came back with a win there. So might have seen the exact same thing. We're cresting 100,000 gold for both teams, by the way, in a 54-minute game. Basically, everyone has completed items, even a Frozen Heart onto Pure, and he's still getting exploded. So this is going to be what could be our final fight of the game. A big culling does catch a little bit of damage onto Haru and Tara, pushing them off, clearing this wave, and Baron buff over halfway done for CJ, so they won't have that for too much longer.
Yeah, and without those buffs, it is going to be a little bit more problematic. You can see the dragon buff about to end here. And one of the difficulties, though, is CJ doesn't have the best turtle breaker. Just they have that Ezreal. I mean, they have a lot of poke, but it's not poke that, tells the enemy team to get out of the way.
Chaser, a little bit up there, mirroring Untara as he rotates towards the mid lane. Big wave up top, as our observers are showing us. CJ had a little bit of shaky wave management early on, but now they have definitely got that in their favor. And Baron buff is now no longer there. And teleport coming in from behind. Here comes Expression. He doesn't really know which way to go.
Oh.
Okay, we got two good flanks and then that one. So
yeah. Sort of, that's not, this is what I mean. CJ has been caught out multiple times by Expression's flanks, and it looks like they've had enough of it. And they're playing around their wards now, which is exactly what they needed to be doing earlier, but now they are. And again, I don't know if Longzhu can find an answer to this. And it looks like top tower is actually going to go down. I don't think that Chaser's going to, it's not going to get there in time.
He's at least going to keep away from crashing in any further. But like you said, CJ, their turtle breaker is on cooldown right now. I mean, this is where Ohmwrecker, somewhere out there, he thinks to himself every night before he goes to bed, I wish someone would buy my item.
Yeah.
This is where his item might come in a little bit handy. Ohmwrecker's the turret and run on him.
Oh, man.
That's going to be like the next level strat. You pick a team with no engage, and then you just Ohmwrecker's the turret so you don't need it. I've thought it out. I've out-thought the Koreans, LS.
All right, well.
I've got the answer. They're
I'm not sure about
to buy
that.
it right now.
Well, I saw, I think Immortals posted for some coaching position. You might fit right in there in NA.
Oh my gosh.
Or maybe that was a performance coach. Maybe that.
Oh, that is true.
All right, never mind. Well,
so
I thought I had heard the end of stuff like that when I left.
Game.
But here I am again
can't
in Korea.
escape it.
I can't escape it. I thought I had heard the end of conversations like this.
Okay, well, let's talk about what we do see here as we crest an hour-long game. We've got the respawn of Baron in just about a minute. Elder Dragon will be up in about 2 minutes. And so, Expression, okay, backing out, does have wards on the side. So Longzhu have successfully waited out both a Baron and an Elder Drake, and losing 2 of their members.
And you know what's impressive? This is actually the most difficult part in the game, because this is something that you don't get to practice a lot in scrims, and it's really difficult to get people to sit down and actually want to study this part of the game. So if you're watching and you're wondering, what is actually the most complex part of League of Legends, it's this right here. It's how do you actually close the game. And that's why if you ever played chess, a lot of chess teachers actually teach the game backwards to forward, because the end game is actually kind of scary. Yeah.
Well, that being said, every chess game gets to an end game. This time around, CJ there. Oh man, they're going for the wait and bait, but they're on top.
They're on a
How do you
ward.
not sweep this? Oh man, Expression knows exactly what to expect. Coco though, getting himself in there with the Hextech Proto Belt there. Look at Emperor off to the side, blows BDD apart, and now Untara and Haru trying to be the ones to escape. Expression a big front line here as Coco goes forward and tries for a pick. BDD did die there. Emperor just murdered him.
Yeah, Emperor, told Victor, let me show you a glorious revolution, and Victor did not like that.
Now Baron buff, 10,000 health left on it. Maybe started out here. A 5v4 is the situation. Haru might try in here for the steal. Can he get it? Baron very low, and it's secured by Chaser.
And the Baron going over to Longzhu, it is going to help them, but again, there is one more out, which is the Elder Dragon, but it's quite a long way away. Victor will be up before the final assault, but I think that they're going to lose some inhibitors here, which is a little bit unlucky. So CJ's only chance, I think, now is going to be to win a decisive team fight and Hail Mary up mid.
They're going to try for at least one inhibitor. Chaser trying to zone, and oh my god, that damage to the inhibitor, actually insane. Knock up on a Haru, he's taking a little bit of damage. There's a nice culling there. Haru dies, but he's got a Guardian Angel, so he's going to be coming back once again, right on top of him. Knock up, and he's dead. Otara might be the next to fall. Going to try to get in there and defend this last remaining Nexus turret. Otara will have his Guardian Angel pop. Chaser actually very low there. Otara trying to escape there, trying to snipe him out there. Chaser very low there, but oh my god, CJ!
What are
did they
you
do?
doing?
Expression trying to end the game, it's running away! The minions kill the Nexus! Oh my god, 17-17, the final score is a win for Longzhu.
Oh.
What a way to end the game. An hour for that, LS.
Oh my
I'm going to
god.
call Worth on that one. One of the most exciting ends to a game we have seen this entire season. I don't even know what did all that damage for CJ. All of a sudden, they just blew Longzhu apart. And the last second auto attack from Swain, killing off the Nexus. I wish you guys could see the look on LS's face right now. It's definitely that OGen Cake fan right now.
I don't know what I just watched. Longzhu definitely, and that is, look at CJ, man. If you want to put your opponents on Mega Tilt, that's the way to do it. They just losses with aces versus ace king. Like, this is one of the worst feelings in the entire world. I feel like I'm at the casino again.
An hour and 21 seconds that game lasted. Absolutely incredible. Nail biter of a series. Neck and neck the entire way. Even in the end, the ending score is 17-17. And both teams with standout performances on either side. Emperor with a huge clutch kill on the BDD, who had the most kills, the most gold, and the most damage to champions on his team. Emperor murdered him. They take the dragon or the Baron off of that, and they close out with an incredible push into CJ's base. Captain Jackie, like, he's casting this game, and he like puts both of his hands on his head. He's like, oh my gosh, what's going on? We're gonna find out when we come back for game number 2. Do not miss it.
여기 진짜 예쁘네. 벚꽃 축제. 바로 가는 거야 이제. 가자. 좋다. 갤럭시 S7 엣지 S7.
잘 봐, 네 안에 뜨겁게 불타는 열정. 볼케이노 핫하지, 뮤직 기대 핫하지, 국내 볼케이노. 맹구하게 국내 볼케이노.
정복이 제일 쉬웠어.
넌 나에게 모욕감을 주었어.
어딨니? 불가능이 어딨니? 여기 있네.
이제 당신이 영웅이 될 차례. 도네이션즈.
뚝 떨어지는 체인지업을 그대로 받아쳐가지고 감전 밖으로 확 넘겨버렸잖아.
언제요?
어제 레전드 야구선에서
전설은 계속된다. 스크린 야구의 레전드 야구전.
그 회사 공채는 토익 900m만 안 쳐준대. 망했어, 진짜.
사람인에 따르면 인사팀장님 어디 계세요?
아닙니다. 저 친구도 700대인걸요.
사람인에 따르면
900점 안 되는 사람.
아니랍니다.
공채 기준 도맹원.
자꾸 먹고 싶어.
맛있어 죽게 만든 셈이야. 하네로와 청양고추가 더해진 매운맛의 몬스터 BHC 맵스터.
매운맛 좀 보시지 말입니다.
난 요새 수염 있는 남자가 멋있더라.
안녕.
기타 잘 치는 남자 멋있더라. 어깨 넓은 남자가 멋있더라. 근데 난 얼굴 작은 남자가 제일 좋더라.
난 오늘 나에게 바카스를 사줬습니다. 남자는 자신감을 주. 나를 아끼자. 바카스.
가질 수가 있는 파워 내가 품어왔던 믿음 포기할 수 없는 It's my challenge Fear 내게 소용없는 fail 상관없어 난 누가 뭐래도 It's my challenge 저기 앞에 있는 거대하게 서 있는 두려움들은 아직 알지 못한 지배해야만 하는 내 모습 Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting Real 내 손 안에 있는 파워 지킬 수가 있는 믿음 내가 만들어갈 It's my challenge 어제 너를 지워 버려 지금 여기 저기 앞에 있는 거대하게 서 있는 두려움들은 아직 알지 못한 지배해야만 하는 내 모습 Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting
야, 이렇게 하는 거네. 보고 있어? 안녕하세요. 롤 잘하고 싶은 여자, LCK 완전 정복을 꿈꾸는 여자, 빠바바 찐입니다. 그리고 제 뒤에서 자고 있는 사람은 언니! 저희 롤 잘하는 언니인데요. 뭐 신경 안 쓰셔도 됩니다. LCK 한 주간의 경기에서 가장 눈에 띈 챔피언을 제가 고르고 골라서 LCK 경기를 보면서 알아볼 건데요. 이름하여 두구두구두구두구두구두구 위클리 L이 아니고 주간 챔피언. 지난주 LCK에서 원딜 뱅킹률 2위를 차지한 케이틀린. 알지 나 잘하는 거 알지 KT의 에로, ESC의 로컨, 락스의 프레이 선수 등등 많은 선수분들에게 사랑을 받고 있는데요. 도대체 왜 이번 시즌 케이틀린이 갑자기 뜨게 되었을까요? 모르겠지? 케이틀린은 중반이 약하다는 평가를 원래 받았었는데요. 이제는 아닙니다. NO! 프리시즌 패치를 통해서 덫의 개수가 늘어나 배치 상황에서 좋아졌고 스킬에 헤드샷 판정이 붙어서 그 후반에 가장 좋은 원딜 중 하나로 불리고 있대요. 에로우 선수의 플레이를 보면서 조금 더 자세히 알아볼게요. 와, 저런 식으로도 할 수 있는 거구나. 대박. 타워의 사각지대에 덫을 깔아놓는 게 포인트. 아,
이거 뒤쪽으로 이동. 썸데이 위에서 엠페만 하면서
이렇게 하는 거네. 역시 케이틀린 날 실망시키지 않아. 언니, 이거 케이틀린 상대하기 힘든 보조 있잖아. 그거 뭐야? 나 그거 알려줘. 여보세요?
네, 여보세요?
누구세요?
네, 그 캡틴제 강형우입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 지인이에요. 저 아시죠?
네, 그럼요.
아, 네. 반갑습니다.
사실 뭐 힘든 라인들은 크게 없어요, 초반부터는요. 대신에 갱킹을 조심해야 된다고 해야 될까요? 상대가 갱홍이 좋은 조합이면 그걸 좀 최대한 조심해서 라인들을 풀어가시는 게 좋아요.
그 아이템 있잖아요. 아이템.
네.
그거 어떻게 쓰는 게 좋아요?
처음에는 무한의 대검 먼저 올리시고
이거 잠깐 적을게요. 잠깐만요.
네, 루난의 허리케인, 그 다음에 보석연사포, 최후의 속삭임 뭐 이런 식으로 좀 올리시면 돼요.
아, 제가 뭐 평소 하던 그대로네요.
네네, 그렇죠.
네네. 캡찍 화이팅!
주간 챔피언도 화이팅! 지은씨도 예뻐요. 지은씨도 예뻐요. 지은씨도 예뻐요.
지인씨도 예뻐요. 화이팅 이런 거. 그럼 팁도 전수 받았으니까 이번 주는 케이틀린과 함께 열심히 플레이해보겠습니다. 기대해주세요. 그럼 전 이만 게임하러 가보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 만나요. 주간 챔피언 많이 사랑해주세요. 안녕! 티모도 안녕!
with all of my brothers. I always wondered how far we could go. If we could break through the ceiling above us, there'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the Ember Road. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Open the life when the story gets old. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I ain't at home, home's where I'm going. I close my eyes to see you. I'll take my throne, lay it on a mountain, and make myself a king. Kick through the shackles, walk through the chains. There's no one to blame but you. I said, make myself a king.
Watching the crystals turn to ice, mercury slowly falling.
Yep.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer 2016. Longzhu finding their second game win of the season in an extended hour-long bout against CJ Entis. And look at these damage numbers. Kramer and BDD crushed it, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like CJ should have won that game, but credit to Longzhu for always getting the picks that they needed. Emperor was an absolute monster. I know the damage chart doesn't show that, but honestly, Emperor carried them through so many situations with his aggressive Lucian plays, and Expression's teleports were absolutely phenomenal. I would be extremely surprised if he or Emperor don't get the MVP for that game.
I remember when Expression first started playing in LCK, and he was an up-and-coming guy from solo queue. Everybody always said his teleports are super good. along with the guys like Shy, who had really good teleport play too, but they really just fell off a little bit, and now good to see some of their previous strengths back and better than ever here, helping Longzhu pick up only their second win of the season. We're going to need one more to be their first match win. We're going to see some highlights.
Yeah,
of
and this
game
was
number
that
one.
Emperor play that just salvaged them situation. Now, here's one of the angled fights that CJ actually came out ahead in.
Oh, incredible snipes by Kramer
And,
all game long.
nice little angle there.
Yeah, getting some hashtag
And
production
here's
value.
the expression teleport that changed the game, enabling him to just get in, BDD getting lit up. And then
yet
another flank
one.
that he didn't even need to set up for. He just sort of walked in, and CJ was like, all right, yeah, I can see what's coming to me. They were basically on death row
Oh, look
that
at this
point.
angle on the flank, just absolutely insane. That knock up from the flash from Chaser, absolutely crazy. And yeah, there's Emperor just murdering BDD, and the closeout to this game, one of the most exciting finishes I have ever seen.
What got it? The minions.
Yeah, it was the love tap from the minion at the very, very end. And the Sonokong IB MVP for game number 1 with an 11-2-5 score is Emperor.
Yeah, and I think totally deserving. Like I was saying, his aggressive Lucian plays really just put them in positions that they shouldn't have been able to get into, but he found ways to make stuff happen.
94% kill participation.
Not good enough.
It's like so close.
He takes
man.
that home to his parents, and they'll be like, wait a
You got
minute,
an A
is that
on your
an A
report card.
minus?
Get that out of here.
Get that out of
we
here.
raised an A+ student. That's the way my house
You're no
works.
emperor.
you're like it's like what was it, the Disney movie about the emperor.
What?
Can I really not remember?
You watch Disney?
I actually was not
I think
allowed
that needs to be the
watch-
focal point of this cast from now on. I'm not sure.
I'm from NA. I watch Disney. Man, I've got a lot of strikes against me.
All right.
But coming into game number 2, what does CJ really have to do to pull themselves back? We're about to hop into picks and bans, but CJ, they've got some work to do.
Well, they have more than just work to do. They need to not tilt. I mean, as long as they don't run it down mid, then I think that they might be fine. As long as they can, draft another winning team composition, and Longzhu hangs themselves to the team composition again. Because honestly, that was an uphill battle for Longzhu at multiple points. They found a lot of angles to make stuff work, but we saw that CJ almost did bring the game full circle and close it out, so it was very scary.
Yeah, Kramer had tons of damage. Didn't buy a Trinity, of course, but great snipes. BDD, most damage by far that game. So let's go ahead and get things started with game number 2. Starting with picks and bans right now. This will be the last week on patch 6.10. Moving to patch 6.11 next week. New tune, of course.
Yeah.
A bunch of changes there. So
Right.
prep you guys for that next week. But for now, 6.10, starting off with a ban. With a ban on Vladimir, which should show up there on your screen in just a second. We'll go off that one. You guys can see a 0% banned champion so far this season. But apparently Coco is just that good.
Yeah, well, I think that's definitely a problem. And if they honestly ban Swain too, then I just don't know how to feel.
Oh man, they're too good. Expressions flanks, you saw those? They're so good. And there it is, a Swain ban. No more healing for you, Longzhu. Get that out of here. An 8% ban and a 0%.
And the Azir ban coming out against Coco.
Yeah, no surprise there. That guy's a monster at it. And very meta bans here from Longzhu, whereas ZJ, they're just like, don't do that to us again.
Yeah. And I mean, like we were saying, Coco's Azir last week was really good, so it's interesting to see that Longzhu bans Coco's Azir, because I don't know. I know that Azir is one of the champions that BDD actually did play a lot of last season, I believe. But this season he hasn't touched it. So,
well, to be fair, it's also a very popular ban, so might not get a chance to touch it. And
True.
CJ completing the we hate you for that last game ban with Illusion, taking out 3 champions they just finished playing against, but that leaves a lot open, including an almost 100% ban Nidalee, which should be the first pick here for Antara. Unless they want to first pick Twitch. No, sorry, man. That's not going to happen. Okay, they keep going back to Darius.
I hope we don't see an accidental lock-in. I think that happened once.
Accidental lock-in?
Yeah.
Darius?
Oh.
Yeah, gonna be a Kindred or Nidalee. Kindred is the one locked in. Should give Nidalee over to Chaser though.
Yeah.
I don't think you just don't pick one of the strongest junglers out there. As well as Echo most likely for Expression. Doesn't have Swain at his disposal. Maokai's still up though, so I don't know if you really need to lock Echo this early. You can still get some of the big power picks that are out there. Maybe take Ezreal away from
I mean,
Kramer.
Untara had a nice performance on Echo, so I don't know if you would just want to give
That
him
is
Echo
true.
again. But the alternative is the counter or the match to Echo, which is Maokai. So both of which are Untara's most played champions.
Well, if you see the win rate there, even just for the Kindred, 50%, not all that high, even though it has been picked most of the times it's been available. So, I don't know. And those bans do leave a lot more open for this game than we do see in most games. You know, traditionally, you've never seen a Vladimir ban in LCK before. But some interesting first picks there. No Nidalee picked for Longzhu. I guess they realized they can save that for later because CJ had already picked up their jungler.
And Nami Hover, and that's sort of nice just because you can just match supports. And honestly, I don't want to see them pick the mid laner yet, primarily because Longzhu does have the counter pick option. So I think just matching top laner, because honestly, what are you going to do that isn't expected? You know that you're probably picking Maokai, just do it now.
LeBlanc's still up. We have seen a little bit of that with guys like Mickey, very aggressive assassin mid laners. BDD is one of those, but he hasn't actually played that champion yet this season. With a Lucian ban, that does limit the pool of AD carries, so we could see the Sivir lock in. Sivir, a champion that you actually mentioned last game, would have been very good for either team to help them be able to initiate these fights, specifically Longzhu last game, but with the Maokai pick, synergizes very well with the extra Sivir move speed.
Yeah, and Sivir, not a bad AD carry by any means, much more on the utility side, but definitely outside of the norm of the Ezreal, Lucian, Caitlyn that we've seen on this patch, and also much more recently on Korea, especially at Ashe. And Jhin, now that could actually be a mid Jhin, as rare as that sounds, but some of the high MMR Korean mid players do sometimes play Jhin mid, but don't expect to probably see that in this game here. But I'm just mentioning it as a possibility.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen a Jhin pick. I want to say it was Emperor who played it.
It was Emperor.
Did not win the Jhin game, but still a possibility. I'd say picking Ezreal. Ezreal's sort of the next on the tier list below Lucian, or at least as far as popularity goes in Korea. So I would expect to see that locked in, yeah. And that could still be mid lane Ezreal for Coco. Interesting flex pick. Wouldn't expect that though. It's not really Coco's style. And there is the Nidalee, still allowing for that last counter pick.
So this is what I was talking about just concealing mid as long as you possibly could, so that you could have more of an idea of what you are picking it into. So we're gonna see what BDD elects to go for here.
We would expect a Victor. That's what he's performed well on. He had a great game on it in game number 1. I don't think his Victor play was the problem. In fact, it was mostly the solution. Did the most damage in the game.
Yeah.
Nidalee, you can see a lot of success there, 60%, but it has not actually been allowed through the pick and ban phase quite yet. It's only been left open 6 times out of, I think, 22 games that we've seen. So still waiting for BDD's mid pick.
Yeah, I think with this team composition, given that you already have the Kindred and the Sivir, you do just want to control mage. I would actually be surprised if we don't just see BDD actually go with the Victor again.
But then what is Coco's answer to it? Or Karma? Oh, it's locked in mid Karma for that double AoE move speed buff team comp, the race car comp from CJ.
Yeah, and the damage is actually not going to be too high if Kindred doesn't go off relatively early. They do have a lot of power in the mid lane, and Karma is a champion that can be a little bit awkward to play against, but I think that now Longzhu's options for champions to pick in mid is actually greatly increased. So we're going to see how they respond here, and you can see they're just thinking about it for a little while.
Right, as far as meta picks go, Victor would be kind of on top of the list there, and I think that's what Coco will go for. He's been a good Victor player. I think he's played it twice so far this season.
Yeah, 3 times.
Three times, okay.
3 times, yep. His most played champion alongside Azir. After tonight will become his most played champion.
If he does lock it in. Where's that random switch to Urgot, man?
Yep. It's that random switch to Teemo.
Hey man, first game of the LCS 2015 season. 3v9.
Yeah,
with a team
jungle
up.
Victor. That would be
No
all
way,
right.
man.
Oh, are we gonna see a ghost on Victor?
That would actually be really cool. We've seen Ghost sort of make it in on champions like Vladimir.
Yep.
But a Ghost Victor, Ghost is so good now. It's just hard to find a place to put it because if you pick it instead of teleport, you lose that mobility. And it does look like BDD will opt to go for a teleport on Karma for that extra mobility.
Yep. And I mean, all right. So we're about to go into the game here. CJ, the one problem I have with their team composition is they're extremely reliant on combos. And what I mean by that is they have a lot of synergy, but it's reliant on multiple members being together. Whereas Longzhu has a little bit more standalone ability. Ezreal can easily kite backwards by himself, poke by himself. Victor has a lot of utility inside of his own kit. And Echo is able to actually be a pretty strong split pusher against this team comp.
Well, that's going to do it for our second champion select of the night. We've seen Longzhu take game number 1. CJ still trying to escape the 0. Both teams in that category as they try to pick up their first match win of the season. Both two very storied teams, but with a relatively rough finish last season, a rough start to this season. When is their time? We're about to find out as we get into game number 2. You can see our starting lineups there as they slide onto your screen. CJ Entus versus Longzhu Gaming. Game number 2. Should be seeing them slide out there momentarily. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's get into game. Hey guys, what's up? A little bit of a pause to start things out, which means, surprise, we'll come back on camera so that you can stare at our beautiful faces instead of the pause screen. And I only say beautiful because I have literally more makeup on my face today than I ever have at any point in my life. I think there's like 4 layers on there. That's the change. Like you don't want to see me with this off, but you're going to see us for a little bit longer while we wait out this pause. So we've already seen the champions that have gotten locked in. So while we wait through this, what strikes you about these two team comps, LS?
Well, I mean, like I said, the team composition with the Maokai, Sivir, and the Karma, it's relatively low damage because, well, it could be because of how Karma could, itemize or whatever. And because they're so combo reliant, if they do end up getting split up or they get into situations where they're in, 2v2s or 3v3s, it can be beneficial for them, but it can also be problematic depending on the angles in which the fights are taken.
Well, what's beneficial for the viewers is actually starting this game. We will see it unpause, all issues resolved. We're going to get things started in game number 2. Definitely going to give that win to CJ. A very synergistic comp we were just talking about, but for Longzhu, power picks. And I cannot wait to see Chaser's Nidalee. Nidalee just something that I think I was really first impressed by that when I saw Crash run it in the jungle. Of course, he's sitting out on the bench right now, but he dominated with it in a way I've never seen a Nidalee do. It was ridiculous. Now it's Chaser's turn. So us what he got, to quote Rick and Morty.
Now, the thing that I do like about Longzhu's team composition is if the game does get opened up, yes, they have a Nidalee versus a Kindred, so both junglers are very benefiting of an opened game, but I think that CJ's tilt can actually play a factor. So if it gets open too fast and there's too much chaos that can occur within the first 10-15 minutes, if Longzhu manages to get any sort of kills, I think it's actually going to impact on CJ a lot more than it would have had the previous game not just occurred.
Now both duos show bottom, but then rotate top for the lane swap here, and so there will be 2v2 up in the top lane. Neither team really knows the way that this game will start right now. We'll see what the reaction is when that is finally revealed. Both junglers on the bottom half of the map, and duos up top. And BDD on Karma. This is the first time we get a chance to see BDD's Karma this season. He's played a lot of Vs, Victor, Varus, and Veigar, but not Karma. We'll see if, because he traditionally plays very high damage champions, but Not that Karma can't be high damage, it's just that...
You know, I think Zed
Not
was even
traditional.
open, which is...
It was.
That is BDD's champion, as
Right.
Twisted Fate is to Dopa. So those are basically very, very signature champions, more so than just your common player.
I want to see BDD versus Mickey, because they're both Zed gods, and that would be pretty impressive. Unfortunately, we are not casting the Freaks just yet. Oh, and Tara, a little bit of an early deficit in health. Starting out this lane, to be expected, kind of that level 2 power spike, especially putting it to use.
And now these laning phases, it should be noted, are going to benefit CJ a little bit more than it's going to benefit Longzhu. Just because there's not going to be any early game shenanigans that can really occur around the dragon, so we're not going to see a team have a chance to actually make a mistake with rotational play and, you know, come out behind on dragons.
Swing and a miss with that spear there, Chaser, but still taking on that early Scuttle Crab, denies that mark from Haru, who was down there but decided not to commit to it. So he'll miss his first Kindred mark, which can be impactful. Stop that scaling from coming out too quickly. But a lot of pings down up towards the top half of the map. That is where Haru is, and it's a 2v2 for now. What's that duo lane look like? Braum, Ezreal versus the Sivir Nami.
Braum Ezreal versus Sivir Nami. Well, Sivir is inherently going to have an advantage against Ezreal, as she does against most Trinity Force based AD carries, except for Lucian, who has changed up a little bit in the past. But for the most part, I mean, if Braum manages to land anything, it's very difficult for Ezreal to follow up on it, at least in the early stages. However, if CJ manages, Mad Life manages to land a bubble, it's a lot easier for Kramer to follow up.
Tara just kind of CSing with saplings at the longest range possible because he does not want to fight Expression right now. Chaser has done a great job at his side of the jungle. He's going to come over and try to get some of Haru's taken care of. So he will successfully counter jungle the Krugs. Will he take both of them? Looks like he is actually going to try to lead one up and deny that camp from respawning.
Yeah, and Expression are going to just shove this in. So the first teleport is going to come out from Untara.
First gank, though, from Haru as he rolls up on the mid lane. Will be revealed now as he tumbles on in. There's a nice tether. Coco will go down. It's first blood.
Love shot.
To Haru. Seconds away from taking that second turret shot. Chaser, he's waiting to see if maybe Haru will come back over and get a cheeky kill on him, but instead, not going to go for it.
I think it's actually a little bit interesting that Coco elected for teleport here on Victor, given that you don't really have too much potential for follow-up play again, given that you have an Ezreal and you have an Echo. So not too sure on that teleport. I actually think, well, he would have lived there with any other summoner. Or he would have traded had he had Ignite.
Well, there's some guy out there that's like, but LS, Coco has Flash, that's an escape summoner spell. And it's like, well, yeah, but BDD is obviously going to Flash with him, get the tether to latch, which is exactly what he did. And there you go, first blood for CJ Entus. Already making that Karma pick work out a little bit, although with Negatron Cloak coming back into lane, Coco shouldn't be worried about too much from BDD.
Yeah. Now, it is important to note that, again, 3 scaling champions now on Longzhu's team comp. So, again, their power spikes, it's important to know when they really take off. And, so they're more centered towards the mid game. So, the mid-early, mid-late, and then the transition into late game. They'll definitely have a very strong wake-up in the mid game.
I honestly feel like with the way we've seen both these teams play, specifically Longzhu, very hesitant, very late game oriented. It wouldn't even be bad to just pick a team that is super good late game. They've done it, and we'll see if it can scale up in time. Certainly, CJ had plenty of time to scale up with their Ezreal in game 1, and it just did not matter. BDD's Victor, super strong in game 1. Once again, did not matter. It's not just about the damage, it's how you use it. And I think it's interesting that CJ pick up Kramer, or put Kramer on Sivir this game, because it gives her so much time, or it's basically like, especially at the sick flanks, now you really don't need them for CJ, you just run on them.
Well, speaking of sick flanks, Echo has a massive ability to have sick flanks, so I'm really curious to see if Expression is going to be able to pull off same level teleport play this game, because that would be a lot more impactful, I think, than actually a Swain.
You can also do that thing where you sort of fake the TP, you complete yours, the opposing top laner completes his, and you just like ult back to top lane.
Yeah.
It's like, joke's on you, I didn't actually teleport after all. That's actually super cool. We've only seen that once, but I think it's a great mind game to play, so keep an eye on things. Untara definitely playing the weaker half of that lane, but still very, very even. Chaser missing that spear. Gonna try for spear number 2 onto Haru. Oh, too close for comfort. Misses both of them.
And looks like that, you know, we're just having a pretty basic game right here. There's going to be a handoff for Coco to his blue buff, so that'll enable him to have a slight little advantage over Karma in the lane. But nothing too big, so we're not really seeing the Nidalee pick do what she can do. And we just also got to see the Coco not doing the animation cancel on Victor's Q. And I actually noticed that last game on BDD, where he wasn't doing it very often. So that's just a little weird to see, but maybe they don't know about it. Not a lot of people do.
Pro tip from Coach LS, if you guys want to play Victor, learn how to do that animation cancel. It makes it so smooth. You just get to like walk up, double, you know, get your power transfer off, and then walk away a little bit faster than usual.
And now they're gonna finally, it looks like, try to take the top tier 1 tower using that arcane shot, right? True shot barrage. I'm sorry.
Lots of shots in there.
And okay, so they pulled Nidalee up for no reason at all. A little bit of communication error there. I'm not really quite sure what just happened. So that's gonna enable Haru to actually get, you know, back up in CS.
Second mark of the Kindred as well coming in there, so Haru pretty on par for about, you know, pre-10 minutes into the game. Chaser, though, up in CS from those counter jungling, but I don't think it'll be too crazy impactful here. Takes his second red buff away, and let's see if he goes back to base now. Will be scouted out on a ward as he roams through, so it lets CJ know he's still out on the map.
And now we see that Longzhu is actually reinitiating a normal lane swap, so Expression is going to be up here in top lane. Now, if CJ bites, it's going to open up a window of opportunity for Longzhu to capture the dragon. Now, Mountain Drake, not really beneficial to either team in particular, but if it's going to benefit any team more than the other, it's going to be Longzhu. So definitely nice to see that they've actually initiated the lane swap that is going to enable them to capture it.
What I'm really impressed by, as far as lane swaps go, game number 1, we saw lane swaps get rid of the first 4 turrets very, very quickly. So the game just, you know, the lane phase pretty much ended on those side halves of the map. Yep. But this time around, very, very different, and it appears as if CJ are actually adapting better to that on their rotations. They've been able to, you know, get those objectives down now. Speaking of objective, we're going to be going for the first Rift Scuttler of the game, or Rift Herald of the game. Which is actually the only Rift Herald of the game, since now it does not respawn.
Yep. And this is a common response that we've been seeing in Korea, but we already addressed how there is a way to foresee this and block it, although probably not going to see that in these series, but it's important to talk about, and here we go. This is the response, Dragon for Herald.
This is a Mountain Drake, so it will give you a percentage damage increase to objectives, that's large monsters and towers.
Yep. And with that Baron buff onto Untara, I believe that, you know, there's going to come the point where Echo just can't actually do anything against Maokai for a short while. And then that'll change up the longer the game goes on.
Did you catch the Keystone for Expression? I know a lot of Echoes nowadays are running Fervor of Battle top lane just because it gives you more damage over top of that.
Nice dodge.
Need to be careful here as Haru is up on the top half of the map. Not scouted out as well, and oh, here comes Untara. You can see Expression immediately knows what's up. He's gonna get marked out by the Kindred, so the longer he runs, the more likely this mark will complete. BDD's up here too. A flash, the ult, the flash away. The rest of Longzhu is here. Can they turn this one around? A big ult from Pure, but a teleport in from Coco. Untara is out of there. Haru will get his third mark of the Kindred off of that top lane gank.
Now, we see that teleport actually did pay off. I know I was criticizing it earlier.
Coco just biding his time.
Yeah. So he, you know, he gets paid off there, and BDD without the ability to punish. They are going to drop their tier 1 bottom turret, but that's not really going to do anything because Longzhu is going to be able to capture the top tier 1 turret, which is a much better trade for Longzhu, given that top 1 and top tier 2 turrets are generally pawns. So here we go in a replay here. And Expression uses ultimate to get back into position. He just wants to make it to his team here, and then CJ extends too far forward, enabling Coco to get in there with that teleport. And so what should have been a relatively easy gank was denied just because of their lack of sight on the reinforcements coming from Longzhu.
And now there's a kill at the turret, and this is starting to open up the game maybe a little bit more for CJ, or for Longzhu rather. Nice to see that teleport usage just work out so well for Coco. BDD's is down, Untara and Expression both have theirs up, so we could still see these big rotations. So many pings here from CJ around the mid lane, trying to find a pick here. Untara, oh man, that slow from Winter's Bite there, so clutch. Prevented Untara from getting off his twisted advance.
Yeah.
A little bit of a latch here on to Pure. The flash in for the bubble. So much damage down, and Pure is out of there.
Braum, wrong place, wrong time. How did Maokai get an assist?
What?
Did we just see that correctly?
It was from the top lane gank that got BDD.
Yeah, I thought I just saw Maokai on the assist.
Yeah, that is true. One of life's little mysteries, LS. I'm sure
right,
somebody will tweet at you, it's like, it's obviously this thing, but it's would be very helpful. We appreciate you guys
Could have been
contacting, talk to us. Untara will not get stunned out. Makes it back to base with a teleport.
Wait a minute, he
teleported back to base, yeah.
What? Yeah, but why? He could have just made it out.
I think he thought he was getting ganked or something along those lines.
I mean, that would just still be very bizarre.
Yeah, I thought he was actually just recalling, but no, that was actually the teleport spell being used. To be fair, Expression did use his, and so that'll be evenly timed up on the top half of the map. BDD, the only teleport up.
Yep.
So far.
And the Dragon will be coming up in a few minutes here, so long as he doesn't want to give up vision control around that. Emperor just continuing to farm up. Now, also, Emperor again with Call, except it will be matched this time by Kramer's Call. But generally, this is very standard to see on Ezreal, and that's why I was so surprised.
Chaser waits for the steal. He knows what's going on. Untara backs on off. Expression is there. A little bit of a weird miss there on the spear. Chaser is looking for the steal here, and it doesn't look like BDD is going to rotate down to stop them.
Yeah, and these type of plays that our CJ are doing, why is Mad Life here? Why is Kramer here? You don't need to be this far up to establish vision control,
Also,
and Dragon still ways off, so...
What is BDD doing? He was just like standing perfectly still for a very long time.
He was typing.
Have to get that team communication going on.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, in the end, all said and done, that's kind of good for Longzhu. They get a blue buff steal, and that'll keep that discrepancy in Coco's favor in the 1v1 matchup. Although no lane is really having too much of a struggle this game. Still that top lane mismatch. This time it's Expression on top of that 20 CS up in the 1v1, which is the opposite of the way that it went in game 1. Untara was always on top of that. And we haven't really seen very much from Chaser. I was expecting big things from his Nidalee. Longzhu definitely knows how to play and how to enable strong Nidalee players, but it does not appear as if Nidalee will be so centric to their team comp just yet.
Yeah, and looks like now, I mean, this is the timing where Longzhu wants to have Echo shove in this top wave, recall, unite with his team in mid, and then establish control over Dragon, so that CJ doesn't have a very easy approach. If Longzhu can actually constrict CJ into staying into their red side jungle, it really, really hurts Nami's tidal wave, and it definitely hurts their ability to break into Dragon. So that's going to be Longzhu's objective. So it's going to really be a battle for this position that we see being watched right now by our observer.
And that control really helps Longzhu too, because it's a second Mountain Drake that would be ridiculous for Longzhu when it comes to taking objectives as the game draws on. You crush turrets so fast. I think we saw an NALCS game where a team had 3 Mountain Drakes and they actually just one-shot Baron. It's disgusting the amount of damage you do with 3 Mountain Drakes. So big deal here for Longzhu if they can stack those up.
And we talked about how the Mountain Drakes benefit Longzhu a lot more than CJ, so the denial of them definitely does hurt. So right now, I mean, they're basically just going to be posturing. The dragon is up now, and we can see that Echo is going to be walking down the dragon. Untara already there, though. So CJ with the superior position right now. Please do not give it up on the left-hand side.
Oh, Emperor walks up and dies for free. Why on earth was Emperor there? I hope we get a replay of that, because that is a mystery. We need Detective LS here to solve this for us.
Well, I think he's actually still alive. I think Michael Jackson is not dead. And Emperor, I mean, he had Flash, and he didn't use it for the Nami bubble. And we just talked about how that Mountain Dragon was actually really important. So definitely worth actually flashing the bubble.
Yeah, you can flash the bubble, Arcane Shift, Ezreal super slippery, and we're going to see how he gets caught. He just walked around the corner.
That just doesn't... I don't know what to say. I mean, it's I don't even know why you're walking like that. And we actually saw Emperor doing this last week as well. So while he can have flashes of brilliance and his aggression can, you know, be really good, he also has these weird instances where he just face checks stuff and walks aimlessly through, you know, the darkness.
After CJ just lose to a double healing comp because he first the item Morellonomicon there for BDD. He's got horror stories to tell about it, but it is a great item to buy on Karma, so that's probably a little bit more of the reasoning.
Now, the gold being only 2K difference right now, it may look like it's benefiting CJ, but this is something I talk about all the time. Do not let the gold score mislead you. Longzhu is a team composition with 3 scaling champions and a semi-scaling jungler. And so even though the gold is ahead for CJ, they're not actually ahead. Yes, that dragon denial was really good, and it was a good pickup for CJ, but they're definitely not out of the woods yet. And once this game approaches that 25-30 minute mark, there's going to be a really big question for CJ to find an answer to.
Well, CJ have already answered a lot of questions so far. They are ahead, not sizably, but still some priorities there. Splitting up these Mountain Drakes means that the objective control will be pretty even for both sides. Still waiting on a few power spikes, though, for Longzhu. You talked about how they were the scaling team. We're waiting for Iceborne Gauntlet, waiting for Muramana. Both of those items will be big jumps to Emperor's power. We all saw what he could do when he gets strong. Spell shield on the Mystic Shot. Nice job baiting that out. Untara versus Expression up here. Untara does have the Rift Herald buffs, so he will get that little boost, but I don't think he can quite fight just yet with that Iceborne Gauntlet completion for Expression.
And it looks like now, I mean, the itemization of mid lane seems basically identical. We're going to have the Abyssal Scepter completed for Karma in just a second here. And BDD just picking up that blue buff, so not looking to recall anytime soon. If he does recall, then definitely some inefficiency on using that buff. And it looks like Longzhu is looking for a pick here onto BDD, so... And that's not going to be granted as a recall is coming out of BDD, so... Looks like he just picked up that buff just so it couldn't get stolen, but I still don't agree with that, given that I don't think there was any opportunity for Longzhu to really threaten a steal onto that.
We've actually seen our fair share of buff steals so far, especially in game number 1. Had Chaser actually really controlled the buffs very well, but now we're going to see red buff actually given over to Emperor. Actually, whoa, did that... Who got the red buff? Yeah, it is actually Emperor, okay. Actually thought it went to Chaser. All right, so red buff on Emperor. He also has Iceborne Gauntlet, a lot of control if that guy hits you, so might be gearing up for a push up the mid lane. Chaser up there as well.
Yeah,
neither team really committing for very much.
Iceborne Gauntlet completed here for Ezreal, so he's still just winding up that Muramana. Now, generally, Ezreal's can actually complete it between 19 to 22 minutes, so expect that to be completed relatively soon here. And when that happens, I mean, the team fight's just going to start going off, and we see Echo is going to complete his second item relatively soon. So this is going to be that explosive mid-game that we talked about that Longzhu had the ability to have if, you know, nothing went too poorly. Now, CJ, though, they also have a lot of utility inside of their team fighting, and so it's going to be a relatively even match until the third, fourth items.
Fighting around this turret. Emperor actually tanked up the turret for a couple of shots. will make it out safe and sound. And third turret of the game goes to Longzhu. That's their final outer turret taken down.
And looks like Untara just sort of running up. They're going to clear out some vision right now, and they're looking now to capture their Tier 1 mid-turret. And if you're Longzhu, you don't really care about this. You should honestly just concede it. But looks like they don't have to when you have a Victor Laser and an Ezreal ultimate.
Oh my god, that BDD poke is disgusting.
Yeah.
So lots of damage there. No surprise, highest damage in game 1.
So managing to defend their Tier 1 tower. Losing it wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, but fortunately they did use Emperor's ultimate to clear that wave out. Without that, I think it would have taken a little bit more damage. I'm not entirely sure if it would have gone down, though. Now Expression just going back up to the top lane. And he has to do this, because if he doesn't do this, then it would actually end up freezing for CJ in about a minute and a half in front of their Tier 2 top turret. And we got a pause going on here. And
a little bit of a pause. Just still trying to figure out exactly what the issues are. I didn't catch who actually initiated that pause, so still wait and see exactly what's going on with our players. See both teams biding their time. I mean, it wasn't really that action-packed of a game, so that probably doesn't change their attitudes all that much, to be fair. But it's always a little bit disruptive when you do have to sort of stop things. I always wonder what League would be with, like, coach timeouts. So your team is losing really hard, they get tilted after a team fight, you call a timeout, and you're like, let's reset this.
I think that League would, I mean, well, there would be an argument that it would take away from the, how valuable would a shot caller be, but in what game is it? I believe CSGO, the coaches are allowed to be in the booths with the players and coach while the game is going on. I think if that happened in League, I think that the coaching role, because we've seen it in NA and EU, and traditionally it was here in Korea first, I think would actually be a lot upped in value, and then you'd really have to know what's going on and being able to guide your team through a game.
It'd actually be really interesting to see how much of a difference like coach insight periodically through the game would be. Just something interesting to think about. I remember when they first allowed coaches or analysts to help during picks and bans. That was really, really cool to see the kind of boost that it gave to the level of teams across the board who had coaches who could come in and do that. You actually did that.
I did that.
Quite a bit.
I did that with SHC before games using Skype. And then I did it with Gravity and NALCS spring. A little bit in summer, but I wasn't on stage.
So do you feel like that helped you a lot? We've got a little bit of a Longzhu dragon there.
That is really cute.
It is actually.
That is actually really cute. That's like, I don't even know what that is. That's just the cutest thing ever.
I'm trying to think if any of the other teams have super cute logos. I wish I knew the argument that Captain Jack
SKT
was
had
making
a really
about that.
cute mascot, Bunky.
Oh yeah, Bunky.
Bunky.
And I think Shinhan Bank also had another mascot that was like almost like Bunky. Untara, he's so happy about playing nothing but Echo and Maokai that he's
he is.
Just gonna, I don't follow this.
Yeah.
But showcasing some of the awesome cheerfuls that are being done.
Yeah.
Oh, we've actually got two at once. Okay.
Okay.
Another Longzhu dragon.
They actually have
on
these
there.
little things at the door when you come in.
Yeah, if you guys come down here to the Nexon Arena, it's in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea, you can pick up one of these cheerfuls at the door, draw your own fan sign, and we'll show it during the show or during extended pauses like the one we have right now.
It looks like they're being informed of whatever is going on.
Something we will do with you guys as soon as possible.
Totally know what's happening yet. No update yet. Mad Life
Is also
He looks
equally
so
confused.
angry.
I feel like Mad Life always has that sort of.
I think Mad Life is beginning to have a Mad Life.
Yeah, that guy you can never really read until he just like flips out and kills you with a Blitzcrank hook.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive that one of Mad Life's arms is actually bionic, and at any moment he could actually just like bust out and grab you from across the room.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain that's the way it works. They have surgeries for that.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Happy birthday, Emperor. Is it Emperor's birthday?
I didn't know. But, yeah.
Should we sing happy birthday to Emperor? No.
No. That would be the weirdest pause ever. So, hopefully Longzhu then, Well, Emperor's really hoping for a win here on his birthday then, for sure.
I mean, they've already picked up one. That's one step closer, and he got the MVP. So how's that for a birthday present?
There you go. Not totally sure what's happening, although it does look like... Never mind, the headset comes off again. And it goes back on.
But they still have some headsets off. I think they're just asking them to test settings. Yeah. The Korean casters, by the way, are actually hilarious. I've never heard casters make crowds laugh more than they do. Of course, that is also my bias because I'm sitting right next to them. But, it's been cool to have Helios and Captain Jack on the cast every night. You get to see them around backstage all the time.
And I don't know. I mean...
I think that puts you in the same position as most of the players, LS.
Yeah. I'm probably in the same position as most of the people watching, too.
No, I don't know either, LS.
What's...
But, you know who does know?
Production?
Well, and Taylor Swift.
Okay.
She's got a lot of important insight for tonight's matchup.
Does she?
In fact, she actually predicted the play style of both of these teams in her recent release, New Romantics. She says, "We play dumb, but we know exactly what we're doing." That's actually in the right before the chorus. Also in Wildest
So then, wait,
Dreams,
what was that draft?
They did know exactly what they were doing, man. So we're still waiting on getting the team's communication software right back up and running.
There's something wrong with Skype.
And yeah, just getting the teams so that they can actually talk to each other. I feel like that'd be somewhat helpful.
Skype.
Yep. You know, speaking of advice that Taylor Swift has for both of these teams in Wildest Dreams, she also says that it is possible to be so bad but do it so well. Which I feel like encompasses maybe a few of these teams' games over the course of this season. They have been, at least for Longzhu, they've been doing well enough to get all the way here to a decent spot in Game 2. They just have to actually finish the game, which I feel like is the biggest hurdle in front of them right now. That and getting their communication back up and running. That's that feel when like you're in Skype in a game of solo queue with the rest of your friends. And you're like, hey guys, let's go here, let's go make this play, and then nobody follows the call, and then you just blame your loss on the communication software. It's like I couldn't hear you guys. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to engage there.
Yeah, Skype failing again.
Well, let's go ahead and maybe talk a little bit about the actual game. We haven't done that too much. It's 22-22. I feel like we've got a very alliterative pause timing here. And while the big numbers on the screen do look like CJ Entus is maybe ahead a little bit, I'm not too sure if that's just a numbers lead. But speaking of numbers, we're going to count back down and actually get back into the game. We'll see if this actually sticks, and we're back. Super excited to actually have League of Legends to talk about. So, talking about who's ahead at this point in the game, we're through the mid-game. What's going on for both teams?
Well, I mean, they're just coming off of a nice long break, so they had some time to,
nice
calm and collect themselves. 30 seconds until Dragon, though. Both teleports up for both top laners and both mid laners, respectively. So it looks like Ezreal not needing a recall anytime soon, looking to complete that Miramana a little bit late, so uncharacteristic. For an 80 carry like Emperor actually to have a late Miramana here. Although maybe he's not too far off. Maybe it's 700 out of like 750 on the charges, and he's looking to complete that. So really, like what you see Chaser doing right now is you really would just want to constrict CJ out of that opening into River. And if you can do that, then the Victor Gravity Field and Braum's ultimate is just too difficult for CJ to really, work around. And this is a third Mountain Drake. Can you imagine had Longzhu gotten all three?
Oh man, going in for the steal. Who's got it? It's Chaser. Haru with the flip of the wall. Untara going deep for it. Coco will get caught out here. Doesn't have a way to save himself, and that is a big catch. Expression actually going in and ulting back out there. He knows he is a little bit locked up. So is Pure. And a Mountain Drake for Longzhu, but 2 more kills for CJ.
And Ping's coming down onto Baron, and I don't know what I just actually watched, by the way. That was some of the worst team fight positioning I think I've ever witnessed in a professional league match.
Communication issues.
I see what you did there.
Hey,
I guess you can blame it on Skype.
Well, let's keep an eye on Baron and see if CJ are the ones able to take that one down. There's a big spear there. Expression might go in here for an assassination. Bad Life super low. Expression does not have his ultimate, so he will actually just die. He will be unable, but oh, Chaser actually flipped into the pit and was unable to kill the Baron thanks to the Lamb's Respite from Haru.
I'm not totally sure what they were hoping to do there with Kindred, being available.
Yeah, I mean,
Kindred's
Chaser
ultimate.
was trying to, smite steal it, but Haru was just like, you actually can't kill it.
Yeah.
Kindred, 100% protection from getting your buff stolen away.
Yeah, and I mean, how often is it that you actually get into a smite fight against a Kindred where you actually have to just wait until Kindred's ult finishes? That's probably a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, I feel like you could do it if you had like the rest of your team there and you're just all piled into the pit waiting for the Lamb's Respite to finish. But if it's just Haru, like how do you... I guess you have to wait for the pop on Lamb's Respite and then instantly smite afterwards, which did not happen because he did.
And so now, Longzhu not totally out of the game. As weird as that sounds, we just saw CJ get a fantastic fight in front of Dragon. We just saw them get Baron, and now they're pushing. They got all lanes pushing for them. They have teleport up on BDD, and they have an acceleration team comp where they can just keep outspeeding the opponents and really just blitz through team fights. But the problem is when you're facing 3 scaling champions, there is still a clock on you.
Mid lane turret goes down, the crowd goes wild. I'm not sure exactly why. It's only the 3rd turret. Ties them up in turrets, though. So CJ back in it as far as the objective game goes. They're already 6,000 gold up, making 5.5, but still nice. Nice to see them starting to get some of these big, sort of check boxes that will scale into actual advantages. Bad Life's dodges on these spears coming his way have been actually pretty incredible. 2nd tier top lane turret, CJ crushing them one by one. They didn't even need that 2nd Mountain Drake to take down these big objectives.
Yeah, and Untara here just really asserting dominance over Expression. And now they're just gonna, do the standard Baron sieges. And the problem is that Longzhu is not yet in a position to really resist them too much. But fortunately for them, it's not like there's too much pressure being put on though. Gravity field coming down. Victor really good at also clearing waves. Those Baron buffed minions, pretty good.
I mean, when it comes to pushing in waves, there's it might be less effective if the Dragon Mountain Drake buff helped you clear minion waves. Unfortunately, it does not, so these waves will still be difficult to clear. BDD up top, and a rotation to the bottom half of the map for CJ. 1-2-2 split here. They try to put some pressure on these turrets, but unable to really find too much damage, although with a mid push for Kramer. See if he's actually able to grab this turret. A bubble on here behind the turret, forcing out a flash. Two shot barrage comes through, but it actually does not do all that much damage to the minions because they're still buffed up by that Baron. And a cannon minion way away on this turret. Kramer just walks up, takes it, and the last hit. BDD to take down the 2nd mid lane or 2nd tier turret.
Yeah, and now it looks like they're rotating down to bottom lane. Not ready to recall yet. Still got a little bit of time left on to Baron. We'll see if they can actually pick up this this turret. I think they... Oh, I guess they don't want to.
Well, see, I was actually backstage before the game, LS, and I saw the script for this one.
Oh.
And we've got about 30 more minutes left in the game.
Okay.
So, and plus, spoiler alert, if CJ do win this one, that means we're going to a game 3, and that means we could be in for a very long night. See, I brought my pillow with me, so all I have to do is like sign off for the cast and then just like lean backwards.
I get to go wait for a taxi for 2 hours.
I'm just telling you, League of Legends is great, and that's why we get to cast such long games of it, so that we have more goodness in our lives.
Long games like Longzhu.
Hey, they've got it in their name. It's literally what the L stands for.
And, well, I mean, at this point in the game, the next dragon, I didn't take a peek at it, so I apologize.
It's another Mountain Drake, probably.
Is it another Mountain Drake?
I don't know. That would be absolutely incredible if it's like
this game is actually the Alps.
It's just like Korea. It's like 70% mountains.
Yeah. And, all right, fighting over Vision. CJ trying to make sure that they secure that nicely. And, you know,
I think we're starting to see that
Wet
point in
Nade will
time
fight.
where Expression just can't fight Untara anymore.
Yep. Maokai, pretty good.
Yeah, it just gets so dense. Especially,
Elemental.
Ooh,
Yep.
I think you mean Ocean Drake.
Oh,
They're
right.
all kind of elemental when you think about it.
Okay.
So waiting to have another catch. See, this is where Emperor walks around the corner and dies again. But he learned his lesson. Not going to go for it. CJ will go for it and will take down Dragon number 2 for them. Nice try, Emperor, but it's an Ocean Drake for CJ.
Yeah, and the next dragon will be the Elder Dragon. So both teams are going to be looking for that because that will be one of Longzhu's ways back into the game, not necessarily Baron.
Oh, Haru relied on his team's shield and didn't ult there, so a good decision. It's clutch decision making there. Still very, very low. This is where if Emperor had saved his ultimate, he could pick up a kill with it, but not going to go for it. Top lane Expression
I feel like
still
they've
trying to do
actually been
something.
fighting the entire time they were off camera, and this is the end result. where they're both-
I know exactly who's going to get the most damage Delta champions this game. That's going to be Expression or Untara, who have been literally fighting the entire game.
Yep.
Not a correct use of the word literally, but you get the idea. Essentially fighting the entire game. There you go.
And, well, I mean, at this point, CJ can just actually keep doing what they're doing. They can keep orchestrating 1-3-1s if they want, because Longzhu doesn't actually have a proper response to that given their team composition. And they can just basically, you know, pick and pry away at Longzhu. We are starting to hit that point in the game, though, where Longzhu's team composition is going to wake up really, really big. And CJ is going to need some sort of a pick. Not in the general sense of where you fight over vision and you pick someone off using a brush or something, but using that Karma Sivir boost up to just really get on top of someone while their teammates are still far away from them.
Waiting to see what happens up there with those brush shenanigans. Did get an update. It is actually Emperor's birthday, and it is Imp's birthday as well.
Yeah, I actually messaged Imp on Kakao to say happy birthday right before the cast.
Oh, pick onto Pure, does get bubbled up there, slowed out, trying to use that stand behind me to get away. A little bit of damage goes on to Kramer, and somehow Pure survives.
Because he's just so pure.
I mean, he's gotten caught so many times. Game 1, it felt like every single time Pure was the one that was like, go forward, and then get taken out there. But, oh, coming around the corner, CJ still looking to go in for this one. If you're really careful as Nidalee and you see your trap just disappear without it giving vision, you're like, wait a second, I know where these guys are. Chaser will throw a spear that will reveal, actually it won't reveal that, trying to go over the wall. Who's going to fight it? It's the same situation again. He actually is forced to flash out of the pit, trying to take it. Emperor steals the Baron. Longzhu will take a Baron buff away from CJ Entis. Coming up clutch, man, the birthday boy gets a present for himself.
That is so game-changing right now for Longzhu. They can easily use this Baron to hold out until Elder Drake.
You know what spell's still on cooldown, LS?
What spell?
That'd be a Haru's Smite. Well, they actually just used it right there, but we actually didn't get a Smite off there. How? How do you Smite steal a Kindred? I don't know, man. Emperor's got the birthday buff. It's happening, man.
Yeah, it is happening indeed. And now all that they really want to do is they want to force a runway fight. When they're doing that, they want to make sure that they're basically moving as like a flanks or something. And if they can do that, it's going to be...
Oh, no, Pure again! Famous last words of every support out there.
Probably not what you want to be doing. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, we saw CJ not respect the fact that, okay, well, our opponents only have one win condition. What is said win condition? Oh, to pick us off using their acceleration boost. And
I wonder which bush I shouldn't walk into.
It's really amazing how if you just reverse engineer an opponent's win condition, you can actually just learn exactly what you need to do to prevent it. It's funny how that works.
Exactly. It's like, oh, they're picking lots of wave clear champions. If we just have hard engage, yeah, okay, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's analytically correct, but yeah, don't walk into bushes, guys. You heard it here first. We're single-handedly saving the lives of support players everywhere. Like, don't do it. I still can't believe Emperor stole that Baron. Like, jeez. When his team needs it the most, just comes up absolutely huge. Game 1, he found that last-second pick on a BDD. Game 2, he's stealing Barons. Longzhu, you can tell how much they want to, as our title for this broadcast was, Escape from the Zero.
So right now, actually, Longzhu with the advantage. I know the gold score says that CJ is actually ahead by about 6k gold, but that is actually not the case when you factor in all of the scalings and how the team compositions actually work. So Longzhu have successfully bounced back into this game. Are they going to get that?
Oh, Tara again with the clutch teleport away. Still not sure if that was optimal, but he did save his life.
Well, the interesting thing there is a flash actually would have been correct because it would have directly translated into the capture.
Look at CJ. CJ are actually pushing up the mid lane very aggressively. Instead, they lose everything. And you get nothing.
You can't do trades like this. That would be like trading a pawn for a bishop.
Right, you can't base race a Baron buff team. It doesn't work that way.
You would trade mid inhibitor turret, which is not going to benefit you because we talked about that runway fight. If they can hold a flanks, you know, and just kind of bulldoze up mid so that CJ doesn't have an opening. Okay, this is not the movie 300. And they would just, you know, crush them in the team fight. And so having a bottom lane inhibitor exposed would be really bad with Dragon coming up because it would open up the window for a one-shot win.
Spear will scout things out. Actually, just kidding. Kramer spell shielded it. Baron, or Dragon rather, coming up, and this will be the Elder Drake?
Longzhu, the ones looking for the pick. Can they get it? They have superior vision control. Both blue trinkets are down right now as well. This is actually so impressive by Longzhu. Okay, never mind. They just give up. All right.
It is Elder Drake. It's up in the pit, and Longzhu will rotate down for it.
2 Mountain Drakes for Longzhu.
Yeah, that is true.
Now, see, the problem is CJ is trying to give Longzhu an ultimatum here, where if they go for the Elder Dragon, they're going to threaten to run up mid. Generally, this is a play that you used to be able to make when opponents would, you know, squeeze into the Baron River or the Dragon River. But in this case, it doesn't matter because you don't have a minion wave.
To flank here, and I'm guessing that Longzhu are trying to just absorb that wave. But here comes Nuntara so fast, but can't get into position in time, and that is a Sivir ult down.
Yep. Turns out that if you're pretty quick, gravity can actually slow you down. So,
much like your career.
All right.
And back to the mid lane. CJ are going to push into the base, but Longzhu will flank them. Chaser spears a minion. We're going to see an inhibitor fall, but can Longzhu find the fight that they need? Nuntara very, very tanky up in the front. And where does CJ go from here? Do they try to win the game? They don't have a minion wave, so somebody would have to take the turret. That's not a recipe for winning a team fight. Nuntara trying to poke here. What are CJ going to do? You're in the wrong base, guys. Can they find this fight? Spell shield is down for Kramer. Longzhu, they're just too hesitant to commit here. CJ trying to find an exit route through the top half of the base. This is where shot calls come out and are so important. You're going to see continual poke damage here. CJ, well, who's going to go where? They catch out Expression, but is that the fight they want? Emperor versus Haru off to the side. Haru was not going to win that fight. He actually does pop that Lancer fight at the very, very last second. He's going to stay alive, but at what cost? He is still so low. Expression very, very low and pinning them up against the turret. It's going to start targeting Nuntara. Basically, it's going to get the Guardian Angel though off of Expression. A lot of damage down here. Look at the Chaos Room. The spears start to come in here. Longzhu could do it right here. And now BDD gets a big shield there. He's off to the side. He's going to miss most of his damage, especially trying to go in there. A nice double bubble. Catches out Emperor. But this is going to be the death of CJ Entus.
I just don't know what they were thinking. This is basically what we just talked about moments before. Now, they do get a tower, though. So, you know, and five for tower. And it looks like Coco... I wonder if he bought the Sork Pen Elixir. Did he? No. So I don't know what his gold value was. If he had the Sork Pen Elixir, this actually could have probably translated into an inhibitor turret.
Actually still might. There's 30-second death timers.
Right, but Nami will... because once he starts hitting the inhibitor, his damage is actually going to go down.
But he's got the entire rest of his team coming up the mid lane and the top lane to try to help him out here. So this should translate into an inhibitor.
And are they going to try to do an endgame fight? Ezreal Monolith, though. I don't know what they're thinking.
I don't
Emperor walked this whole way to go, actually, guys, I think this... No, this isn't going to work.
Are they going to get caught on their recalls? No, it looks like they will just barely get out in time. Baron buff is up in just under 30 seconds, so that is an objective they will have to fight for. And it's... Cure is the last guy left alive to try, or left in the base to try to save the Nexus turret. They will both survive, but Baron is the big objective for both teams.
Yeah. And now Baron and Elder Dragon being up, which one would you prefer? Obviously, CJ would definitely like the Baron enhanced buff.
What's so interesting to me, coming into this game, you're like, okay, CJ has never won a game. Longzhu's only won one game and has won 0 series. So theoretically, you have to force one of these like series winless teams to win a game. And you can see how difficult a situation that is. We had an hour-long game number 1, and this game is certainly going the distance. 40 minutes just about to happen. Big spear there on BDD, doesn't matter, because Mad Life's got those heals. So yeah, these games are actually just going to last a million years. If we had games that could go on perpetually, I think this is what they look at. Longzhu had that insane smite onto Baron, but can they do it again? CJ walking into a very blind top half of the map. Will they dare Longzhu to go for their base?
I don't know what CJ is
They're going to go for it.
here.
Longzhu, what do you do? Baron down to half HP. They're going to have to go for the fight.
Now they got Baron, but the problem is they can't actually win the fight. So as long as they should just acknowledge that they were too far behind.
And just gone for Elder Drake instead.
Right.
I mean, that's the obvious counter. They're still going to go for it.
Oh.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
But fortunately for CJ, they have that lucky pink ward.
Damn it. Pink wards.
What are they doing? See, these type of things are stuff that I thought I had seen enough of.
Just go do the Elder Drake. They're trying to steal away the red buff.
It doesn't make any. I mean, the red buff on Emperor, it is pretty big.
Okay, well, they will get it. They'll also get an Elder Drake. This is kind of good for CJ because they'll get a chance to push out that super minion wave up top that'll start to get pretty big.
Yeah, and from this angle, it's almost impossible for CJ to actually find an opening. What is going on?
Is it? It appears as if they will find the best opening, which is doing nothing and magically pushing Longzhu off of it. They did actually position, like they were going to
and this is
go
a
aggressive.
Problem when teams don't actually have damage foresight that they can actually accurately predict how certain situations are going to go, because the damage foresight there is that dragon would have been shredded in about 4 seconds. A properly placed gravity field and a Braum ultimate would completely deflect any attempt at CJ at getting in there, and that dragon would be pretty big.
Should have seen this big wave top lane and bottom lane that CJ were going to have to leave to deal with and maybe pressured onto it. But as is, they're going to lose their vision around it. They're going to lose the positioning that they had, and now going back to Dragon once again. As Baron buff still up for CJ. It's going to be up for another 3 minutes or so. So got to keep an eye on those lanes. Untara does have TP, so does BDD. Longzhu just getting in the pit to clear off some ward coverage.
And now all they really want to do, again, is they just need to control this. You see the spot that they keep posturing in. They just need to control that entrance into River, and if they can do that, it becomes increasingly more difficult for CJ to really find a way into Dragon.
CJ positioning once again aggressively up the mid lane. A huge wave pushed up by Untara, so he might be actually able to just leave that wave, even though it does have super minions in it.
And Untara is pushing, but he's going to be matched by Expression, but Expression can't really duel him at this point in time. So just, common,
I mean,
nothing happening.
You got a massive wave of Baron buffed up minions. I don't know if you really want to go into that. CJ making a big push for top lane. Longzhu will be a little bit behind. Expression cannot save this turret by himself. Will CJ go in for yet another team fight? Looks like Expression will start the fight by getting caught out just a little bit. Untara up in the front lines takes absolutely 0 damage. He actually is just completely undamaged throughout this entire fight. He's going to get onto Emperor. Immediate Captain Jackass QSS. Untara will start to take some damage here as this inhibitor drops further and further down. Can they find a pick? Untara is so low, but he will make it out alive.
Yeah, and the story of this fight was Expression got caught out. He had a very poor parallel convergence that just didn't do anything at the very beginning of the fight, so a little unfortunate there. And they're going to pick him off, and I think that they just get rewarded with Elder Dragon because there's nothing that Longzhu can do without Expression. However, Expression does have teleport, and what are you doing, CJ?
hey guys, Elder Dragon, it's right down there. I'm pointing at it, like right now on my screen. They're not going to go for it. They instead are going to pressure this mid inhibitor. See if they can get it. If they can, then yeah, 2 inhibitors is great, and they are trying to use this power play to push into it. They will get that inhibitor.
The problem is the double inhibitor doesn't actually do anything at this point in the game with the death timers arising, with Baron and Dragon basically playing off of each other at this point. The inhibitor doesn't do anything.
Expression's up. Longzhu
and now he's
can't go
up,
for
so
this.
now Longzhu does have a chance. Oh, it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Yeah,
too slow.
Don't have a chance to get this Elder Drake. But oh man, here we go. The problem is Untara, like who's gonna kill Untara? Like, at what point can an Ezreal actually deal damage to this Maokai? It's just not gonna happen. And Coco's Victor, we saw him like throw out his full combo and it didn't even scratch him. So
yeah, and
if you chop down Untara, he would give you in Stardew Valley he would give you hardwood because it is just that difficult to take him down. He's that's your casual game reference for the cast. Back to hardcore competitive PvP. CJ have this unkillable Maokai and a lot of damage to put. Well, actually, not all that much damage to put behind that. I mean, you've got a supportive mid laner and utility AD carry. To be fair, those chain crits from ricochet bounces on a Kramer actually deal a ridiculous amount of damage.
Right.
I'm just waiting to see what is the straw that finally breaks this Longzhu camel's back.
See what you did there.
How full is their hump?
I mean, looks like we're gearing up for another hour-long game.
I mean, I'm just saying, their mascot, the dragon, has 1 Dragon Ball already. Had they found the rest of them, they will break the base here by taking this down. Untara onto Expression. Untara actually did take a little bit of damage. Expression forced the ult here. He does not have Guardian Angel available, and he's actually going to be the first one to fall. Untara is still at half health. Those chain shields from BDD are actually just ridiculous. This is like the 5v Untara, and they still can't kill him. So Untara just actually invincible, and this is going to be a long, slow win here for CJ as they find a pick onto Expression. 1 Nexus turret down, and just slow and steady wins the race. Longzhu just unwilling to do anything.
Yeah, Longzhu not really having an answer to this, even though they had the scaling team composition. And, I mean, the Elder Dragon, absolutely tremendous there, and there's the Karma Shield.
All Haru has to do is just ult. You're going to get a Twisted Advance there, and yeah, just ulting. There's no way you can kill CJ. They will take down the Nexus, and that, LS, will take us to a game number 3. What a night. Mad Life maybe a little bit happier about the way that game turned out. We had 17-17 as our first game score. This game was 10-6. Much slower, much more strategically in-depth, and I feel like CJ just made all of the right calls. Longzhu had so much hesitation.
They hesitated a lot. They had a better... I mean, we saw this happen with Longzhu against KT, where they had a lot better positioning, they had a lot of stuff going for them, and then they just drop it. This doesn't make any sense in the world.
Yeah, it's not even warm when they drop it. They need to drop it earlier when it's hot.
Yeah.
That's the life lessons once again. Thank Snoop for helping us learn how to play League of Legends.
Yeah. And we'll see what happens in Game 3.
And that is literally the only game that matters right now, LS.
Yep.
No other game out there. If you're like, but I promised my friends I would go play Age of Empires 2 with them. No!
Yeah.
You sit here, you watch this game. Game 3 between CJ and Longzhu will be coming up, and you guys will be here for it. So thanks to everybody out there for watching. Hope you guys are happy with the way these series are going, because it is going to go the distance. You guys do not want to miss this game. You can see Emperor, he played his heart out. It's his birthday. He's got that buff going on. He stole the Baron in Game 2, but it just was not enough. We'll see what it takes to win game number 3. That's what's coming up next. Stick around. We'll be right back. Game 3 between CJ Entus and Longzhu.
Rise from the floor.
이제 바로 가는 거야 이제. 가자.
갤럭시 S7 엣지 S7.
잘 봐, 네 안에 뜨겁게 불타는 열정. 볼케이노 핫하지, 뮤직이네 핫하지, 국내 볼케이노. 전쟁과 함께 국내 볼케이노.
정복이 제일 쉬웠어.
넌 나에게 모욕감을 주었어. 어딨니? 불가능이 어딨니? 여기 있네. 이제 당신이 영웅이 될 차례. 도네이션즈.
뚝 떨어지는 천재를 그대로 받아쳐가지고 감전 밖으로 확 넘겨버렸잖아.
언제요?
어제 레전드 야구선에서.
전설은 계속된다. 스크린 야구의 레전드 야구전.
그 회사 공채는 토익 900m로 낮춰준대. 망했어, 진짜.
사람인에 따르면 인사팀장님 어디 계세요?
아닙니다. 저 친구도 700대인걸요.
사람인에 따르면
900점 안 되는 사람.
아니랍니다.
공채 기준. 도맨원.
자꾸 먹고 싶어.
맛있어 죽게 만든 쌤이야. 하바네로와 청양고추가 더해진 매운맛의 몬스터. BHC 맵스터.
매운맛 좀 보시지 말입니다.
난 요새 수염 있는 남자가 멋있더라.
안녕.
기타 잘 치는 남자 멋있더라. 어깨 넓은 남자가 멋있더라. 근데 난 얼굴 작은 남자가 제일 좋더라.
난 오늘 나에게 바카스를 사줬습니다. 남자는 자신감을 주. 나를 아끼자. 바카스.
야, 이렇게 하는 거네. 보고 있어? 응? 안녕하세요. 롤 잘하고 싶은 여자, LCK 완전 정복을 꿈꾸는 여자, 빠바바 지인입니다. 그리고 제 뒤에서 자고 있는 사람은 언니! 저희 롤 잘하는 언니인데요. 뭐 신경 안 쓰셔도 됩니다. LCK 한 주간의 경기에서 가장 눈에 띈 챔피언을 제가 고르고 골라서 LCK 경기를 보면서 알아볼 건데요. 이름하여 두구두구두구두구두구두구두구 위클리 L이 아니고 주간 챔피언. 지난주 LCK에서 원딜 뱅킹률 2위를 차지한 케이틀린. 알지 나 잘하는 거 알지 KT의 에로, ESC의 로컨, 락스의 프레이 선수 등등 많은 선수분들에게 사랑을 받고 있는데요. 도대체 왜 이번 시즌 케이틀린이 갑자기 뜨게 되었을까요? 모르겠죠. 케이틀린은 중반이 약하다는 평가를 원래 받았었는데요. 이제는 아닙니다. NO! 프리시즌 패치를 통해서 덫의 개수가 늘어나 대치 상황에서 좋아졌고 스킬에 헤드샷 판정이 붙어서 그 후반에 가장 좋은 원딜 중 하나로 불리고 있대요. 에로우 선수의 플레이를 보면서 조금 더 자세히 알아볼게요.
네, 마무리.
와, 저런 식으로도 할 수 있는 거구나. 대박. 타워의 사각지대에 덫을 깔아놓는 게 포인트. 아,
기고 뒤쪽으로 이동. 썸데이 위에서 엠페와 나오면서
이렇게 하는 거네. 역시 케이틀린 날 실망시키지 않아. 언니, 이거 케이틀린 상대하기 힘든 보조 있잖아. 그거 뭐야? 나 그거 알려줘. 여보세요?
네, 여보세요?
누구세요?
네, 그 캡틴제 강형우입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 지인이에요. 저 아시죠?
네, 그럼요.
네, 반갑습니다.
사실 뭐 힘든 라인전은 크게 없어요. 초반부터는요. 대신에 갱킹을 조심해야 된다고 해야 될까요? 상대가 갱홍이 좋은 조합이면 그걸 좀 최대한 조심해서 라인전을 풀어가시는 게 좋아요.
그 아이템 있잖아요. 아이템.
네.
그거 어떻게 쓰는 게 좋아요?
처음에는 무한의 대검 먼저 올리시고
이거 잠깐 적을게요. 잠깐만요.
네, 루난의 허리케인, 그 다음에 고속연사포, 최후의 속삭임 뭐 이런 식으로 쭉 올리시면 돼요.
제가 뭐 평소 하던 그대로네요.
네네, 그렇죠.
네네. 캡찍 화이팅!
네. 주간 챔피언도 화이팅! 지은씨도 예뻐요. 지은씨도 예뻐요.
지인씨도 예뻐요. 화이팅 이런 거. 그럼 팁도 전수 받았으니까 이번 주는 케이틀린과 함께 열심히 플레이해보겠습니다. 기대해주세요. 그럼 전 이만 게임하러 가보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 만나요. 주간 챔피언 많이 사랑해주세요. 안녕! 티모도 안녕!
With all of my brothers, I always wondered how far we could go. If we could break through the ceiling above us, there'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the ember road. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Open the life when the story gets old. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I ain't at home, home's where I go. I close my eyes to see. I'll take my throne, lay it on a mountain, and make myself a king. Kick through the shackles, walk through the chains. So there's no one to blame but you. I said, make myself a king.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last game of the night here at the Coke Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer 2016. And after 2 hours of games, we come down to this. Game 3 between CJ Entus and Longzhu. But first, let's check out the damage graph from Game 1, or Game 2.
Well, wow. Actually, I mean, Untara dealing a lot of damage, but not so surprising given, you know, how much he did during that game. I'm actually curious to see who's going to get the MVP this game, because I felt like Karma's shields were absolutely massive.
They basically made Untara invincible there towards the end.
But do you give a pick an MVP? I'm not totally sure on that. But anyways, the damage graph, not totally like representative of anything that we didn't expect to see. So it was good by both teams. But Longzhu really dropping the ball, and we saw this happen to them last week. They clinched Game 1, and then Game 2 they begin to fall apart. And let's see what happens in Game 3. And we're just going to take out some highlights. And this is one of the first kills of the game where Victor was not able to trade. Here, Expression, you see, managed to get away thanks to that teleport that I had initially criticized early on for Coco having, but it coming into handy there. And then this was one of the most game-changing catch-outs where that just actually gave away the second Mountain Drake of the game. Here was that smite fight where it's not every day that you smite fight against a Kindred's ultimate, so maybe some nerves playing a play. And we saw it happen here.
The game actually just goes full bonkers.
Right.
How do you seal that? I don't know. But then
another catch out.
Misstep there.
And
didn't end the game, but this
was huge for Longzhu, but they couldn't make anything happen. And we saw the reason that they couldn't make anything happen. They had a Monolith Ezreal and an Echo walk across the entire map to do nothing, and Victor didn't have Sork Pen Elixir. Had he done that, he could have pushed top tower and they could have secured Elder Dragon. So Kramer getting the MVP for that game.
90% kill participation.
Yep.
Not a big surprise there. Definitely the statistical MVP, because there were a lot of game-changing contributions from the rest of his team. He just did the most damage, looked the best, and so very well played by Kramer to help his team carry his team on. And there you can see him in the booth with the rest of the CJ coaching staff.
Yeah. And let's see how they manage in Game 3. Now, I will give it to CJ. In Game number 1, they were the ones that were starting to pull the game back, but then failed to do so at the very end. In Game 2, they were much more relentless, I guess you could say, on, you know, enabling Longzhu to capitalize on anything that was happening. There were some fumbles in a macro sense, but I think CJ might actually finally pick up their first series win here, but let's see if Longzhu can resist it.
Hopping to picks and bans here for game number 3. We'll be starting this in just a moment. It's going to be interesting to see what is and isn't prioritized. I went to the restroom during the break, and I passed the Longzhu guys on the way. They were heatedly discussing their strategy for this game. I unfortunately don't know Korean, so I cannot give any extra insight, nor would I. First ban on LeBlanc. That seems like a change. You can take it away from BDD, who's a big assassin player, but we're going to see a very different ban phase here, because game 2...
Let's see if Zed comes out.
Oh boy. Oh baby.
He wasn't banned last game, but if you're going to make a Zed, Zed is a unique champion that demands his own composition. He is not a versus all champion anymore, given how many new champions have come out and how League has evolved as a team game. So CJ with that Azir ban, and that is targeted at Coco.
So last game, CJ had the reactionary bans, but they banned out that heal comp and Lucian, and Longzhu had the standard bans. This time around, it's CJ banning standardly, and Longzhu taking away 2 out of 3 picks that they just didn't want to see again. The LeBlanc, though, that's the question mark for me. I guess they might have just telegraphed that coming and wanted to take that out of the way.
So let's see what happens here. Now CJ with the final ban. And you know what? I want to see a Zed. I really want to see a Zed.
Looks like it's actually a Vladimir. Okay.
Vladimir ban. Vladimir ban makes me feel like I mean I sense weakness when that happens.
Okay, well, that is going to give a first pick Swain to Expression, and I think Expression is going to go for this just so that if Utara picks Maokai again, he can sort of put him in the ground and not allow him that strength, which was just absolutely massive for CJ in Game 2.
Yep.
It does give away Nidalee, though, and we've got a chance to see Chaser on Nidalee. Really didn't have a whole lot of an effect on that game, and if CJ take Lucian away from Emperor, that would actually be huge.
Yep. Taking away Emperor's Lucian. Probably going to end up seeing Emperor then on perhaps Ezreal, although he has played Jhin, Caitlyn, and Kalista, so one of the larger 80 carry champion pools so far this LCK summer. Now, the Nidalee pick makes me think that we're not going to see a Zed, primarily just because the dynamic in mid lane, and then also with the Swain already being picked. It's much more difficult to sculpt in a Zed.
Right, if Longzhu flexed that Swain to mid versus Zed, Zed doesn't really do very well there, so probably want to avoid that. So crushing LS's hopes for a Zed here, but nice to see the Nidalee pick from Haru, because especially for Haru, he's coming straight out of solo queue into this season of LCK. He's replacing Bubbling, a jungler for CJ that came out of the Challenger Series and just did not perform well for them last season. So that's exciting to watch, but for Longzhu, what do they pick up here? They could grab their duo lane, they could grab...
Honestly, I think matching 80 carry in jungle is probably the best choice that you can have right now, because it doesn't really reveal too much.
And you do get to be reactionary there. You can say, what is my mid lane or my jungle pick? Instead, it looks like they're going to go for jungle and support.
Okay, that's not bad.
Give away too much if they do lock in this Bard.
And Bard is a versus all support, so it's not like Bard is necessarily weak or vulnerable to too many things. And with how League has evolved as a game, there's definitely ways to mix up the early stages to circumvent any sort of weaknesses that could be abused.
So nothing really given away here by Longzhu. They just picked solid champions in every single role. Graves does pretty well in his matchup versus Nidalee, at least from what we've seen here. And now 2 more picks for CJ. It's probably not going to be their mid lane, leaving that for the counter pick. I want to see them give Thresh to Mad Life. Like that's how you know he wants to just really put them in the ground. It's being hovered here. 25 seconds left.
25 seconds, and Maokai gonna be picked in top?
Maokai into Swain, I don't think that's too good for Maokai. Correct me if I'm wrong, LS.
Well, it's about the scaling. League is no longer totally a game just about matchups, so if Swain does remain staying in the top lane, it's not the end of the world. You can use lane swaps to work against it. And you can just open up and have accelerated early games. But yeah, normally I do think that would be pretty bad with the changes, especially to Beatrice. And
good old Beatrice, man. Big fan of Beatrice. That is the Raven for Swain, in case you guys were unfamiliar. Last 2 picks for Longzhu. Who will they pick in the mid lane? When you're blue side and you go for, you're forced to give away your mid lane pick and have it counter picked if that's the strategy. And it looks like that could be Echo here. Now, Echo could be the top lane pick and they could flex the Swain to mid, but that's going to get given away here. Emperor possibly thinking about the Caitlyn.
Yeah, Caitlyn Echo I think would actually just be, Caitlyn Echo is pretty standard, and there's not, too much, there's no noticeable weaknesses with Longzhu here. You can argue, well, they don't have a wave clear. Well, that doesn't really matter with what their comp's goal is, and given how CJ has drafted thus far, it's not going to be a problem either.
Right, and you'd have Time Winder and filled over Peacemakers, so there's some waves there.
Yeah.
But the last pick here for CJ, they don't know who's going mid right now. It could be mid Swain, could be mid Echo, most likely Swain going up top, but always possible to see a surprise there.
Yeah. See an Echo in mid for sure. No matter what, though, it does look like they will be running double teleport. So,
waiting to see if this is going to be a Victor. If they do go Victor, that is a lot of magic damage.
Could be Varus here.
Oh boy.
And, well, if you want to talk about wave clear.
10 seconds left. Yeah, turns out Varus really good at killing minions. Minion genocide everywhere he walks. And 2 seconds left. It's locked in for CJ Entus.
That will be a Varus for BDD. And I'm not totally sure exactly how this matchup goes, but I can't see Swain having too good of a time
Yeah, I don't know why you'd play Swain into Varus. He literally has Grievous Wounds in his kit on
Right.
Rain of Arrows, so...
I'm just sad that we don't get to see Zed.
Yeah, it's like the anti-Zed.
Yeah.
It's like, Zed's all about going in and being aggressive. Varus is just like, I'm going to chill back here and poke you guys out a little bit. So,
So I was mentioning how there was almost no reason for them to worry about getting poked or anything like that. And technically, they still don't have to necessarily worry by that. Being on the defensive blue side, they definitely have a lot more angles of approach than if they were a red side. If they were, if they're being forced to turtle up under their tier 2 or their tier 3 towers. And that gives a lot more room for Coco and Expression to make plays with flank teleports. So CJ looking to win the game on the backs of Baron.
well, we are going to have double teleports for both teams and only one game left here tonight. It is 11 p.m. in Korea, which means we are going the distance. Hour-long game one. We might have an hour-long game to close things out. It's going to be long, but it's going to be very, very important. Both of these teams trying to escape from the zero. One of them will pick up their first series win here tonight in LCK. CJ Entus versus Longzhu, game number 3 starts right now.
Escape from the zero at the top.
That is the theme for tonight's games. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Summoner's Rift.
That was definitely a lot louder for CJ.
Yeah, CJ fans still sticking around, hanging in this. You see, we have an entire audience just wrapped with attention, waiting here for their final game. You can imagine what it feels like to be a fan for both of these teams, because you want to be a fan, you want to support your players, you want to support your teams, but it's so difficult when your teams are having this rough of a season. And here, both teams have the chance to turn that season around with a win. All of their fans just like elated, and for the opposing team, how crushing does that feel to just be one step further behind when you're so close to victory?
I know, right? It's just not that good of a feeling right now. And honestly, when we were coming into these games, I was wondering what would happen to CJ if they did lose, mostly because of their standing in Korea as such a huge esports organization. And, starting off the season with 3 weeks straight of losses would have just not probably been too well. But they're looking like they can close out this third game here, to be honest, and they have a pretty good composition to do it. I don't think that there's any major advantages, though, generated from the draft, so I'm not seeing anything happen like in game 1.
Untara gets the cheeky steal on those 3 Raptors as he is assisting in the jungling attempts there with Haru. And Haru's a player that I mentioned going to be kind of interesting. What's going on here?
Well, I mean, Beatrice needed to go outside. Don't you have to? When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Hey, man. Beatrice goes where she pleases.
Yeah.
And more importantly, or more interestingly, Maokai goes where he pleases. Untara deliberately put himself in a solo lane there. He just walked down, grabbed it. Oh my god. Pure, what are you doing? Heart
Pure
attacks
was
out here.
trying to do there was a little unpure.
Yeah, if he had stolen that, Aframu has some competition. I'll never forget that play. Holy cow. And now here comes Madlife around the corner. So close, but a nice body block by Chaser.
The only thing I don't like about this is, I mean, we've seen this multiple games now, and it always seems like the person that makes it to Wolves is considerably late. So I feel like there can be something that can be refined there so that you have something better to do, especially if you're a Braum level 1. You definitely have a lot of threat. And wow, Varus is really putting on a hurt here, so we've seen this also. Anivia really put Vladimir in his place yesterday, and it seems like Varus might be a champion that can put Swain in his place, so
one of the few champions that has Grievous Wounds still in the kit. It used to be, back in my day, we had Grievous Wounds on basically everyone. I think
MF, Fizz,
Tristana,
yep. Yeah,
Lots.
AP Tristana, yeah.
Lots of AP Tristana used to be super broken because it would deal explosive damage for every minion.
Kill them on 2. Yeah, level 2 all in.
Absolutely disgusting. So glad that thing is not a thing anymore. We are going to see some non-interactive turret kills as both teams taking down those outside turrets, completely mirrored on both sides.
Yeah, Water Elemental Dragon is the first one up. And we see the teams drop the ball again. So,
yeah, choosing to recall instead of going for Dragon here, that's a great Dragon to pick up early too. The extra
I just don't get it.
Absolutely huge. And now it actually might go to CJ if they choose to rotate down to take out the side turret like you see Longzhu doing now.
Well, I mean, they're going to get it. So this is Longzhu now 2 games in 1 night, making the same abysmal decision. We're not even 5 minutes into the game, and such a major macro blunder is already happening again.
Unless you're just overcritical. All you do is criticize teams, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe it's because I can actually see that.
Well, I was going to say that we have the position as observers to be able to omnisciently see, well, this is the play you should go for. But the teams don't, and so they make different decisions, and it's interesting to see sort of the pros and cons of the different ones. And to be fair, teams do lots of really good things that we try to point out, but sometimes when rotational decision-making processes are a little bit lackluster, it's good to point them out so that you guys watching can take this to your solo or dynamic queue experiences and be like, I saw LS said that, and then you win the game, and you're just like, thank you, LS. And they'll tweet at you and be like, LS, you just won me my solo queue.
Well,
game.
if you're lane swapping in solo queue, I'm not quite sure about.
So try hard.
Yeah.
And maybe it's your series. You got to go hard for that.
Indeed.
Get that LP. Favorite hashtag.
And wow, look at the CS differential in mid lane, though.
Cow. Coco. He is
Big Daddy D. That's what BDD stands for now.
Yeah, not in love with his experience right now. Coco getting put a little bit farther behind, had to use his potion too, whereas BDD was just completely unchallenged. Heads back to base, picks up that tier of the goddess.
Yeah, and also it's important to mention Coco has Ghost actually, not Teleport. I know I'm getting to that a little bit late. And this is the problem. Look, they're going to capture Dragon off this too, and it directly synergizes with BDD's recall. So now BDD is able to assist in the event that Swain would try to do some sort of contestation to it. And now you're asking, okay, well, Longzhu can just get top tier 2 tower. No, they absolutely can't, and we've seen this in multiple games. And if they try to go for a top tier 2 tower, it's all too easy to use Antara's teleport to stall, and at most, they lose 700 damage on the top tier 2 tower, which ultimately is a pawn for both teams, given how the meta currently is and how inaccessible top lane is unless it's some explosive Baron play.
Well, you were talking about going for tier 2 turret. This Ocean Drake is actually taking a little bit of time to take down, and Longzhu are actually putting out a decent amount of damage on that upper turret. They will get another wave of minions coming in.
Yeah, and you can see that Untara is not teleporting, and BDD didn't move up, which they could have just... So BDD moves up, Untara teleports, he stalls it, which he could have been able to do. He's not going to go down. He's a Maokai. There's not enough minions. And then you just get there. And then Longzhu's rotation is extremely inefficient.
So we talked about maybe Longzhu not taking advantage of a possible Dragon timing for them, but they were actually able to get that second tier turret, so that's actually a win overall.
It's a win for Longzhu, right, absolutely. But it is important to mention that CJ had options available but chose not to use them. So just because something turns out being okay, it doesn't make it okay. And I feel like a lot of people don't understand that.
Coco actually standing in some of the healing reduction, but he's going to make it back to full health, shoves in the minion wave, and I have a feeling that's kind of going to be his strategy from now on. It's just, I don't want to fight you, you're crazy to deal with. Also, BDD just went back and spent like 750 gold on nothing but mana, so that's going to be a little bit of a power trough right now, and it'll spike later on once he stacks it up.
Yep. And I don't really like what CJ or Longzhu are doing with their devoting of attention to top lane right now, because it really doesn't make too much sense.
Both supports just chilling up here, and an unlucky pink ward, but it does save Mad Life's life. You'll notice that when Mad Life plays Braum, he puts a ward in the bush before he walks into it. Pure, gonna have to take some notes about that. And now focus around, well, basically nowhere. We had a little bit of an altercation up top lane, but not going to see that really transpire into anything. Chaser, gets an unlucky reset there.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you run out of patience, man.
A little bit of time inefficiency right there. But it doesn't matter. It's going to just pick up red now. And now the only problem with this kind of a game is, yes, they got the tier 2 tower. And
Emperor
yes,
in a little bit of a rough spot. There's a flash, missing his ultimate. Emperor makes it out alive, safe and sound. And what was that, BDD? You had one job.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Varus ult is like the most missed ultimate in the entire game. I've never seen an ult miss more often. It's actually a lot thinner of a projectile than it looks. But missing that ult will allow Emperor to escape alive. A little bit of a high-pressure situation he got put into by Kramer and Madlife up top. Madlife only level 3 to Kramer's level 7. That is... BDD is level 8. That's a 5-level difference. Madlife has, needs to pick up some of that XP. Maybe he's thinking that he's been playing League of Legends so long he already has a lot of experience. I'm not sure that's the way it works.
So now the problem with...
What? Okay. All right, Haru. All right. Putting on a show.
Little unlucky there by Chaser.
Yeah.
And I mean, they can't really do anything here. You're not going to kill a Maokai. I don't even know why you're entertaining it. Please just recall. You just wasted
But it's
about
2v1
25 seconds.
LS. They have a champion advantage. He's got red buff.
Wow, those Grievous wounds. I mean, it only lasts while you're standing in the that like pit or the what is it? Desecrated?
Oh, it's a rain of arrows.
Rain of arrows? Okay.
Hail of arrows. There you go.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not like it lasts on him too long, so it's not so rough.
Your ult to like get stun the Swain inside of it.
Right.
And then it lasts a little bit longer. But yeah, it's not like it's applied from like a mortal reminder.
Right. Not the worst. Coco, I give credit to Coco though. He is actually keeping up in CS a lot better than I thought he would be. Now Haru can probably retreat here through the Herald. And so this is the problem with taking the early tier 2 tower is now that gold lead that you did have, you didn't really do anything with it. They shouldn't have got it, but they did. But nothing was really gained from it, in the end. If anything, actually, CJ probably benefits from it now, having it down. Although there's not too many plays available, given the team compositions that, anything could happen from it.
Madlife is going to be much farther away from level 6 than Pure is. Pure's actually almost about to hit that, so that'll actually be kind of interesting to see if that changes the dynamic. Madlife getting a little bit behind in that XP a little bit early on, but the game does, or the lane phase does persist, which means we won't have too many crazy rotational shenaniganry happening. Chaser going to clear out a pink ward and a little bit of a breather.
And, I mean, Dragon coming up in a minute here, and this is just the story of these games. Extremely passive early games, nothing really explosive going on, and then it really just comes down to objective control.
Chaser with a Smite Steal on the ground. Get himself out of there safe and sound. And I was still kind of worried about Untara from Longzhu's perspective because he was absolutely unkillable in game 1 and while he in game 2, and while he will not have those karma shields from BDD, the entire team of CJ will just have overall more damage from having Varus, who dishes out a ton of damage late game. It is also percentage damage from the impure shots. Wait, no, that's Misfortune. Blighted Quiver. There you go.
Yep.
Blighted Quiver. How do you blight your quiver? Well, I guess they're not actually arrows though either. It's kind of like Kindred throws those like spectral spears. Varus's aren't actually arrows.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, they might be with that skin, but in the base skin, he shoots these demonic arrows or whatever. So I'm not sure if that like ties into his lore at some point, and I'm just screwing things up. But
unfortunate there. Now CJ looking to come in and get this Inferno Drake, so the most valuable dragon in the game. Looking to pair it with their Water Dragon, and it does seem like they do have the superior positioning over Longzhu. Now, because it is Inferno Drake, you can't just completely neglect it. Had this been any other dragon, would have liked to have seen Longzhu go for a fork on mid lane.
Expansion's still top lane. Both he and Untara both have their teleports up, but Untara is actually with the rest of his team. Emperor, ooh, dangerous walk around that scary corner. Neither team really committing to this dragon. CJ will keep the pressure on that area.
And it looks like now actually Longzhu have found a way to simultaneously capture dragon positioning and attack mid tower. So I don't know what CJ is really doing. And this has actually also been something going on with both of these teams in these series. Hesitation, where they're just not actually capturing opportunities that are presented for both of their teams. And it just leads to this never-ending dance, basically.
Especially for Longzhu. At the end of that last game, they just walked backwards the entire time. At no point were they ever going to be attempting to win that game. Maybe trying to catch out a misstep or something along those lines. Patience is one thing, but hesitation is yet another.
And this is what I was talking about the tier 2 tower in top lane. I know that we don't have a...
Oh, Kramer. Kramer doesn't know. Coco is right there. Never move. Where is it? He's trying to snipe it out. Where is Kramer going to go to? Slowed out. Throws on the Youmu's there. Binding does come in. Flash, but he's still going to get caught in the never move. Coco walks up and dies, and Pure actually saves everyone. Kramer, though, does still fall down there. Emperor in a decent spot, but he gets caught out by all that poke. And now he's going to try to make it for the magical journey, but it baits him right into Haru. A bad fight for LZ goes even worse as they're going to lose their carry. Chaser with a little bit of nice damage, but Pure is forced to flash away. Now his Expression in the middle of a 1v4. Can he escape? Got a lot of good damage. Spears coming out, but it will not be enough to take him down.
And that will mean an Inferno Drake. There's not really too much else that could be done right here. I guess if you do want to refine this even just a little bit more, you would actually keep BDD in bot lane to shove that wave in. Because otherwise you're actually just going to lose everything. So here comes the replay. Coco getting off this very impressive sneak onto Kramer. Pure missing the binding and then saving everyone with that ultimate. So some mechanical failure coming out from some of the teams here, especially getting that snipe off onto Lucian, but it just doesn't matter at this point.
Emperor's just like, do it.
Right.
Which way do it? Oh, just kidding. You're going to die both ways.
So, I mean, that was just mostly Coco, you know, setting that entire thing up with that sneak. And
Coco made the play happen, but
yep.
Great positioning by CJ there to protect BDD, or Kramer as he was retreating from the bottom lane.
Yep.
And yeah, CJ, they just have each other's backs. Longzhu do appear a little bit less coordinated, so we'll see how effective this is going to be. Possible, no, Intaro not going to chase that out, but pressure here on the mid lane. Interesting to see if Longzhu can figure this out in time.
We're going to see if they're going to be able to get this out. They do have a red buff on Nidalee, and they do have Kramer's Light Slinger. It doesn't look like they will be able to finalize it. Wow, that hurts. Okay. And he does have Executioner's Calling. Right. So this is going to be really problematic for Longzhu.
I think it's interesting for Swain that his never move is more often used just for wave clear than it is to actually try to catch champions. Because it has such a long activation time. It's, it's like all you really need is more wave clear there. So.
And Emperor can't really decide on a build, apparently. It's all over the place with his
got a whole bunch of
itemizations.
everything. You can see he's kind of looking
this is
for
like
that
Wicked's Maokai from that one game where he built like 5
different
recipe items. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, well, I want all of these things eventually. It's just going to take some time. He's building, it looks like he's kind of going on. Oh,
okay. Well,
the move is literally called Stand Behind Me. So maybe Mad Life wanted to stand behind Kramer, which doesn't actually block the shot. Oh man, a little bit unfortunate.
Going to be the problem that Longzhu's going to have here, where they can't really
Holy cow, Emperor just got so chunked. He will heal himself back up just a little bit, but methinks he is out of here. Or not.
Are they going for a Baron
Are you
sneak?
kidding me? They see the
Or
enemy.
not a Baron, Herald.
Yeah, okay, it is just Herald. It's not Baron.
Yeah, sorry.
A few minutes away
But
from
that is a very bizarre Herald timing. It's not going to be the end of the world.
I mean, it's not Kramer bottom lanes, so they still might not get it. It does look like they will a very magical journey away from there.
Yeah, and that was just so surprising because that is a very bizarre Herald timing. Yes, it is something that you do want to capture before it fades away in about a minute and a half here. But it's too easily deflected, and then if you do end up getting pushed off it, you probably...
Oh, man, a lot of damage onto Coco. He will flash out and let Chaser hit that. A 3-man stun from that Tempered Fate. The mid lane turret will be saved for now. Varus does so much damage. BDD, I mean, I'm sure he's got a team with him somewhere, but he is definitely kind of commanding the show here in the mid lane. Expression. Wait, did he ult back from recalling? I didn't see if he actually completed this recall. Oh, Pure! Gotta be careful. These Varus arrows hurt so much.
Yeah, so this is the problem, and I'm not too sure why Coco swapped from Ghost. Longzhu's team composition, we were talking about it in the Champion Select, where they have the ability, because they are the blue team, to collapse onto CJ's team when they are defending their Tier 2 and their Tier 3 turret. But they're not yet at that point where they have the durability to actually just take a few arrows and then just basically say, hey, okay, the time is now, and then just go in on them. And then it's up to Untara to basically try to peel the best of his ability, and Madlife to try to do whatever he can to disrupt Longzhu's attempted dive onto BDD and Kramer in the backline. So basically, we're just going to keep seeing them farm up a little bit more. And definitely everything is going in CJ's favor right now. And the next dragon is going to be coming up in about a minute and a half. And I don't expect anything too explosive to happen until that comes up. But there's going to be a pretty big power spike occurring for CJ soon, where that Miramana is actually going to be completed. And Black Cleaver will be completed for Lucian, and that is going to be gigantic for BDD's damage.
Right, and while Kramer's going to have synergistic itemization, Emperor will not. He doesn't have anything. He's got a bunch of components, nothing really completed, and he might be close to enough gold to get something done, but it'll be a while before he completes that itemization. Did we catch what the next dragon was? We'll take a look at that here in just a minute as CJ and Entus rotate down. Pure and Chaser waiting possibly for a pinch. If Pure can snag someone with a Tempered Fate, maybe that'll catch somebody out of position. Haru's Nidalee, compared to Chaser, as Nidalee performs in the last game, actually pretty impressive. He's had a couple of nice spear steals, a couple of good spears have actually forced, I think, Emperor back to base one time, along with some nice arrows from BDD. And here we get to see Haru back at it again with the red buff.
And Dragon coming up here in 20 seconds, and CJ looks really late.
Oh, Chaser, no! Chaser, okay, he's just gonna walk into that, but Emperor gets exploded! Again with the face checks, an immediate teleport, and Kramer's on top of Chaser?
I'm not so sure about using that Lucian culling there, to be completely honest.
I mean, look,
I mean, they're gonna get this dragon here. Nidalee can probably solo it, and then you just keep two people bot lane, send BDD mid lane, have him keep it shoved, Maokai in top lane, and everything will actually be fine. And then you can actually begin an assault on the mid lane turret, and that would be proper rotational play, given that Untara doesn't have any teleport now, so you don't want to allocate too much to bot lane. 2 Inferno Drakes, nice RNG.
Yeah, that's pretty good. We're going to do a replay of that last catch, and watch Emperor.
Yeah.
Like,
Emperor, I mean, they even had a ward, so I'm not quite sure what he was doing. And Chaser, right there, this is what I mean about, you know, you could have conserved the culling, although it wouldn't have done too much, just would have enabled a faster tap in bot lane.
I think at this point in the game, with a game that's as passive as these two teams are playing, any kill is a good opportunity.
Yep.
And you're not really going to be pressured with a long cooldown on your ultimate. Kramer's is almost back up again. Madlife has a few more seconds for his. And so, yeah, not too punished for using those ultimates, and hey, 2 more kills.
Yep.
Second onto Haru, second onto Kramer, and the strong gets stronger for CJ Entus.
Yeah, and the problem is that CJ's Wake Up, which we just talked about, how it's about to complete.
Oh my god, Emperor almost just gets soloed by Kramer. They're going to have to get that guy out of there.
Yep.
At this point, Kramer's like X, because he's going to give it to you if you do walk into him like that. Emperor, it's the second time in a row he's walked into all that Lucian damage.
Now, the Inferno Drakes, their damage is really going to come to...
Haru! How does he know? Every time, he's like the reverse Longzhu.
Well, he had the sweeper going.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, but how do you know to sweep that preemptively? Just good mechanics, always checking. Emperor had a ward, he still didn't see it when he walked into it last time. So seeing Xpecian versus Untara going back in, and this is what's about to be patched about Echo. The frequency with which his Z-Drive Resonance proc is actually, I think it's being lowered from like 3 seconds to 5 seconds. Oh my gosh, a big spear on a Chaser. He does still get hit there by that Victor arrow, but a nice way to dodge most of that damage. Xpecian versus Untara. This is actually a pretty clutch fight here. Xpecian might have kill potential. Untara's going to try to knock it back over the wall, but you can't run from Echo. A solo kill for Xpecian.
Yeah, and that's just really bizarre how he willingly took this.
Yeah, I think sometimes as a tank you get kind of caught up in the fact that fights will actually last forever.
Yeah.
But
he just really underestimated Echo's damage there. And I mean, there had to be some other problems that happened in that fight because that's just not natural to be happening.
At some point, you just overextend and can't get back to a turret fast enough. Untara, uncharacteristically losing out in that 1v1. Last game, he just had Xpecian's number. He was on top of that matchup, but this time, not so much.
Yep. And just a second, now also you see Kramer going with the QSS, and this is something I talk about all the time. If your team is really far ahead, you don't equip another weapon, you equip something defensive. And the reasoning for that is because Longzhu's only chance to recover is via picks or, via catching CJ off guard or something. And the QSS is going to add durability.
Oh, Haru! I didn't catch what stole that. Was that the Luden's proc from his jungle item? What? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. How do you steal a buff that way? Haru, just incredible. Emperor forced the flash from just an aggressive culling from Kramer.
These movements from CJ look like a different team, to be honest, from game 1 and 2.
Well,
they're on
like
top of a lot of things.
That's a move Emperor would have done with Lucian if he had it. Just going so aggressively through the turret like that. But he doesn't have it. It's Kramer this time around. CJ looking alive.
Well, looks like I spoke a little bit too soon. some slight hesitation coming out from CJ.
Emperor being pinged to defend that turret, but he just can't. Either too scared or too worried about losing that matchup to Kramer. So Xpecian could escape there from Haru, Mad Life, and BDD coming in for the flank on mid.
And so now, if you're in Longzhu, shoes right now, what are you hoping for? Basically, the only thing that you can hope is that they face check a brush, or you can somehow get a pick using that Swain or that Bard. But everything not working out, and without Emperor having flash, Dragon coming up in about a minute here, it's going to be really, really, really ugly. Also, it's important to note that Untara has teleport, so you can just sort of put Untara in the bot lane, and you could even have him walk to Dragon so that he's able to conserve his teleport.
What's so interesting to me, if you think about the way that these teams were formed, CJ Entus, a very long-standing organization, have never really accomplished all that much. They got like second place in the Kespa Cup, but I mean they placed very low last season. I think they were at 8th place finish last season. They're in dead last this season, and so it's kind of worrying to see how far such a prestigious organization has fallen. For IM, when they were bought by Longzhu, the big thing that was being touted is they're now a super team. You're going to buy all this big name talent. I mean, they had guys like Smeb, Reignover, Spirit, Mata, all on this team. And now look at Longzhu having so many struggles against CJ in this game 3 of what's been a series characterized by indecision.
Yeah, and this seems to be the story of Longzhu. You have impressive mechanics, but you don't know what to do with it.
Kramer might have been caught out there. He is actually going to flash away, and a nice ult there from Xpecian, but has Coco overextended. She's getting a little bit of a bounce up onto Chaser from that glacial fissure. But everyone gets out alive. Kramer almost getting caught out. Forced the flash.
And the dragon of choice from the Summoner Rift Gods is the Mountain Drake. So definitely going to be of huge benefit to CJ here. And Longzhu definitely needs to defend this. Had that been an Air Dragon, they could have neglected it. Water Dragon, neglected it. Fire Dragon, can't neglect that. And Mountain Dragon, can't neglect that. So thank you, RNG.
Yeah, if CJ had gotten a third Inferno Drake, type out that GG. It's over. That's so much damage coming in from that. Already a lot of damage. 16% damage increase for CJ. So you thought Varus was dealing a lot of poke damage before.
This is a situation where you actually don't have a bottom tier 2 turret, and so you could just keep Expression and Pure here, you know, dancing with them, and then you send 3 people mid, raise the tier 1 mid tower, cut them off at Wolves, raise the tier 2.
Ulted will be caught out there. The dragon is actually going to be finished there by... Oh no, Haru with a steal! He smite steals the dragon away from Longzhu. That's 4 dragons for CJ, and an incredible play from Haru.
And it looks like Haru wants to be a Pokemon Master Man. I don't know.
He's just catching everything, man.
He's catching everything.
It's like you get random Pokeballs when you start the game, and he's got nothing but Master Balls, man.
Yep. And
now Baron, I mean, you've got a Mountain Drake, 2 Inferno Drakes. Longzhu has literally nothing in the way of dragons.
No, they don't have anything going for them. Longzhu needs a Pokeflute because they are asleep right now.
Sorry, man. Expression, you walked a little bit too far the wrong way. Expression, I feel like on unkillable top lane tanks, he always finds a way to die, and that's Longzhu, the entire team having this problem where they walk in and die. Okay, you delayed Baron for just a little bit longer. Chaser is still probably going to try to steal this and die. Going in for, oh my god, that was actually a really dangerous steal attempt, but unable to make it happen.
I will say that was really clean, though. All of Graves' animations were pretty clean. He didn't succeed on the steal there, but that is what you have to do.
Well,
you
he got
can't
his fight off too.
Right. Everything was really clean. That was very impressive mechanically. He didn't succeed. He was down 2 levels, which can actually make a huge difference at this level of play when it comes down to smite fights. But I just don't know what Longzhu can actually do here. Everything is working against them. They have 3 losing lanes right now, collapsing on them, and it looks like CJ is gearing up to just put on the stranglehold.
Oh man, what a game, what a game, what a series, going the distance for sure. So if you guys only like to watch League of Legends in small doses, this is not the game for you. But if you want to see some super late game team fighting and if you get a better feel for how that works out, this is exactly the series you want to watch. Everything stacked in CJ's favor, but one pick could change it all. So keep an eye out for things. I feel like that's the strength of Maokai. You can be so far behind, but Twisted Advance just as a move, like, unless you hit a minion with it, you just click on someone and they're locked down. No QSS for Emperor or anyone really on Longzhu. So that Twisted Advance is the god move right now that has successfully led CJ to so many team fight wins.
And we're going to see them pick up the tier 2 turret here, and they have Maokai in the bottom lane.
Oh man, the culling on to Chaser. He's actually gonna have to ult just to get out of there. Defensively, oh my god! The damage on the Emperor, the Deathfire touch, actually what led to the kill.
Yeah, Legolas is here in the arena right now.
Look to my left, there's Orlando Bloom. Like, Orlando Bloom, I didn't know you were Korean. He's like, yes, my secret Korean heritage has been revealed. Orlando Bloom's like the least Korean person in the entire world.
Yeah. Is indeed, and they're gonna look to take the top inhibitor, and there is no. What is Longzhu doing
here? They're finding a pick, man. They just killed that Untara. Revenge for last game, but oh, by the way, your base, it's not really. It's seen better days.
Yep.
CJ running away. I don't know, man. Some questionable decision making. CJ get everything they could ever want.
Longzhu's just falling apart, and we saw this happen to them last week against KT, and.
In the exact same situation.
Yep.
They won game 1, lost game 2, and then had a
fall apart completely.
Exactly.
Yep. And so, I mean, you really have to question what is going on with them because it's not the mechanics.
You would think as their strategic coach, Lustboy would have plenty of experience falling apart completely from his time on TSM and might have been able to advise them about this, but this time maybe not quite so much. Big piercing arrows onto Chaser, double Inferno Drakes, just amping up that BDD damage so much. Teleport coming in from behind. This is not a flank, it's just Untara coming in for a Twisted Advance. Oh my god, they find a pick on the BDD. He's dead. Madlife's actually going to die here. The headshot doesn't go through for some reason. The chase in here, Haru trying to escape there, but a magical journey will be in his untimely demise. Chaser, very, very low. Kramer putting out a ton of damage here. Coco might be able to find a pick here. Does get a little bit of a slow with Beatrice.
Yeah.
But that's
and
2 big picks for Longzhu. The only problem is they have a base.
super impressive by Kramer not to recall. This is something that I feel like a lot of players would not do. He pushes the wave to just add time onto, or to take time away from Longzhu because now someone needs to respond to that push in top lane.
But no objectives to really be taken off of this.
Right.
Longzhu find an outer turret. But, I mean, that turret was going to go down anyway, even if it's just the minions pushing. There's no dragon, no Baron.
The thing that is so important is they just almost used all of their summoner spells. Now, Chaser will have his flash up, and Expression will have his flash up.
Emperor, too.
Emperor will have it up, but the key focal point is Swain. And so here, this Bard ultimate really just wins them the fight. They're able to take BDD down, and this is what we were talking about that they needed. They needed a way to somehow get onto the team. Now, this wasn't normally the way that they would want to do it. This was actually just a very bizarre straight-up engagement on the back of a Bard ultimate. So they're going to need something next time because you can be sure that CJ won't let that happen again.
Dragon coming up. This is an Ocean Drake. We've seen so many dragons taken so quickly. We will get the legendary 5 dragons. And it should be mentioned, if we do see Elder Drake taken up, let's go ahead and take a look at that gold earnings during that Baron buff. You can see a 9,100 golds. 9,100 golds. That's how many golds there.
Yeah.
So about a 3,000 gold power play there off of that Baron is the stat that we can read from that. Oh man. Okay, this is Ocean Drake. CJ gonna go for it. Secure their 100% control over that dragon area. Holy cow! BDD, why do you need 4 other players on your team? He's doing so much damage himself, and obviously we saw what happened when he didn't have the other 4 players on his team. He got caught out and died, so that's why. But so much poke damage. Is that 1,900 range skill shot? It's something absurd like that.
It's something absolutely gigantic. I don't know if it's 19.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit too much. But
I think it's 14.
It's something crazy like that.
Yeah.
I think it's the old range of Nidalee Spear before it was nerfed. But,
quite long. Quite nice when you have Legolas. And here they're just going to have to probably concede their tier, or their middle inhibitor, right.
Staying up for a little bit longer than I expected, but yeah, finally going to be taken down there. No question about that.
I don't like the pings to bot lane because now if something does happen or you invest too much time in your push, you're going to lose out on the valuable vision control that will be surrounding Baron. And Baron is just on the horizon with only 43 seconds away. So going to be interesting to see how CJ persists with this push, or if they just say that this is going to be the final push and no one's going to get Baron.
Wow, Emperor continues to take so much poke damage, and CJ is just going to walk up and get this turret. Unbreakable for Mad Life means he is not going to go anywhere. He is in the front line, he's taking a lot of damage, but it looks like Expression might be the one to pick off the kill. They will kill Mad Life. Can they pick up anything else? Coco, he's set with that mortal, or the Mortal Reminder, slowing down his healing a little bit. Backs off. Nice pick on Mad Life, but they lose that bottom base turret.
The problem is when you use the ultimates like that, and only Mad Life really goes down, you still can't really take a Baron against Varus. So even though Baron is something that Longzhu really, really needs right now, they want that like a fat kid wants cake, and they just can't have it. And that's just really unfortunate for them. So now that trade for Mad Life's life for the bottom tier 3 tower is just fantastic for CJ.
And now as Longzhu going for this desperate Baron, you just said they couldn't. They're like, oh, LS, we can do. Oh, just kidding. And they get hit by some crazy poke from BDD.
Never.
This is absolutely monstrous. Emperor would have died from the Deathfire touch. So it's good to see that heal come out. Just absolutely insane the amount of damage that BDD has contributed to his team this game.
Well, Zed lives on through those arrows, basically. The damage coming out from him is enormous. And so I said, you can't do it. They tried it anyway.
And if only they had you to tell them that.
Yeah, unlucky.
I want to hit up Lustboy on Twitter and be like, yo, I got some tips. And that is a Baron for CJ.
That's not even a desperation Baron either. I mean, the one thing that you want to do... Well, I mean, right, but that's not a desperation more rather than a suicide, because you just can't get it. There's no world in which you can actually get that Baron. What you should have done is defend your base until CJ goes for it, and then try to get some sort of a flank on them using the Baron Pit's terrain to work to Swain and Echo's favor.
Spears and piercing arrows coming out. Piercing arrow fully charged, 1650 range on that. That is
okay, that's fair.
Yeah, super long. Four spears come out. A nice bar does catch out Haru. They're going to try to burst him down there, but he does have a lot of defense. Chaser actually just have his maw popped by just the culling thrown out, as well as a little bit of magic damage. Nice double binding there, but Expedition might be the one to go down. Kramer will take him out. It's a 4-on-5 with 3 inhibitors down, 2 inhibitors down. Nexus Turrets will be the next to be focused here. Can Longzhu find a pick? Here goes Untara backing onto Coco. He will have that Zhonya's. Keep him alive a little bit longer. Chaser will go down the last hit of Kramer's Light Slinger. Takes him out of here. The Nexus Turrets under fire. CJ Enches have found their first game win, and they're going to find their first series. No longer last place. CJ Enches escape the 0. And we'll find a 2-1 victory over Longzhu.
Yeah, and I was impressive. I really thought they were just going to fall apart after that game 1. So the fact that they held it together for game 2, and then in game 3, they put on a clinic.
Oh my God. At BDD, who else could possibly get the MVP
Oh,
for
no
that
one
game?
except for BDD.
Big
Daddy D.
It up. Yeah, he had a great Victor performance in game 1. It just wasn't enough. This time around, he's like, all right, give me that Varus, and he put in work. So incredible performance there. And Longzhu, you have to wonder what is going to happen to them after this crushing defeat.
I mean, they just don't know what to do from a macro standpoint. And we saw that in game 1, we saw it in game 2, and then we saw it again in game 3. And I just don't know how, we're in Season 6 now, we're moving into, this is summer, LCK. Elementary and fundamental macro decisions can keep occurring, or mistakes can keep occurring from professional teams.
Eyes on CJ. They do win this. They will escape the 0 and go 2-1 in tonight's games. So they will pick up their first series win. But for Longzhu, it has to be even more heartbreaking because they've come so close twice. They had they won game 1 versus KT and then lost the next 2. And this is a little bit of deja vu for them as they pick up a 1-2 defeat.
Yep.
CJ, this could be a good opportunity to turn things around. They were winless coming into this game. They pick up their first series, and now this is that momentum that they need to build on. They do want to keep climbing their way out of last place.
Yep, and I mean, BDD impressive performance there in game 3. I would be really shocked if he doesn't get the MVP, as we were just saying a little bit ago. And game 3, CJ looked a lot better than anything else in game 2 and game 1. They almost look like a different team.
Absolutely. I mean, they were making aggressive plays. They were going in for these initiations. I think the MVP champion of this series is probably Maokai for me. In game 2, he was unkillable, thanks in part to BDD. In game 3, he had these big picks, which worked thanks in part to BDD. And Emperor, while he was just going off game number 1, MVP performance on his birthday, what happened?
I mean, well, we saw the Swain pick, where Swain actually doesn't do anything if you're not ahead. Or, it's a nice team comp for him, and this was not the team comp for him. The Varus pick was truly actually just amazing. It worked out beautifully for CJ.
Bullied very early on. Here we go with our damage comparison, and yeah, no question about that one. BDD dominant.
Wow. Well, all right. Well, that damage is extremely impressive all across the board. And the Caitlyn, we also saw Emperor not knowing really what to build. And that really stunted him for a pretty good majority of the game.
BDD did more damage that game than any 2 champions on Longzhu. Almost any 3 when you look at how crazy.
Yeah,
40,000 damage that game, and no one over 20 on Longzhu. Just absolutely incredible performance by BDD. I mean, with a number like that, you really cannot avoid giving him the MVP performance. And if you look at the team gold advantage, just
it just dips right around that 32-minute mark. But you can see that it begins increasing right around that 25-minute mark, and that's when the Muramana completes. And the other, those power spikes. And that's also when the base scaling from Swain starts to fall off as well.
And here we go. We should have our Sonicon IB MVP is BDD.
1,041.
Oh my god. Disgusting.
Oh,
Over
man.
1,000 damage per minute. That guy deserves his 100 MVP points.
Yep.
Only 82 kill participation, though. Not good enough.
No.
Just kidding. He's actually good enough.
Okay.
4-1-5, incredibly dominant performance. Even in the game that they lost, he still had a dominant game.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get MVPs for that as well. So congratulations to BDD and CJ Entis, who will snap their losing streak and pick up their first series win here tonight.
Yeah. And
Oh man, it is a
I think
very
we're gonna go into.
Yeah, we're going to have MVP interviews most likely here coming up in just a second. So you guys want to make sure to stick around for those. Should be throwing it over there here in just 1 second. It's a very late night here. 11:41, the final ending
Almost
time.
midnight.
Almost. So we got to get out of here before the pro gamers turn into pumpkins. But let's go ahead and throw it over to our
시즌
MVP
3연패를
interview.
기록하고 있던 롱주 게이밍과 CJ 엔투스의 단두대 매치. 오늘 경기를 통해 시즌 첫 승을 거둔 팀은 CJ 엔투스가 됐습니다. 오늘 경기 승리로 이끈 주역들을 한 자리에서 만나보겠습니다. 만나보시죠.
Gonna be starting
네,
off
먼저
our
2세트의 MVP
MVP
크레이머 선수입니다. 축하드립니다.
네,
CJ
감사합니다.
Entis starting off with
지금 많이 지치셨을 것 같아요.
네.
힘든 경기를 한 만큼
They're
많이
saying,
기쁘실 것
that
같은데
it's
소감이
basically so late
어떠세요?
and he's asking if,
일단
they're
CJ가
tired.
원래 장기전으로 유명하기 때문에 뭐 전혀 힘든 건 없었고요. 그냥 16연패 끊고 이길 수
Saying
있다는
that
거에
they
대해서
expected
아주
really
기뻤던
long
것
matches.
같습니다.
말씀하신 것처럼 세트
And they're really
패배로는
happy
16연패를
to
기록
finally end their losing
중이셨어요.
record.
그만큼 오늘 승리 정말 단비 같으실 것 같은데 그동안 마음고생이 없었다면 거짓말일 것 같아요.
네, 그동안 좀 마음고생도 심했고 저희 팀도 이기는 법을 까먹는 게 아닌가라는 생각을 많이 했었는데 다행히 애들끼리 다 많이 싸우기도 했지만 다시 다 화합하면서 좋은 플레이 보여서 이겼다고 생각하고 있습니다.
He said it
사실
felt
패배에
like it
익숙해지는
felt
것만큼
like they
프로에게
forgot
무서운
how
게
to
없을
win,
것
and so
같다는
they
생각이
kept practicing.
들어요.
네.
팀 내에서
a lot,
분위기도
and, they
굉장히
were really happy that
중요하게
today they
작용을
were
했을 것
finally able to
같은데
pull out a win.
어떻게 이렇게 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기를 만들 수 있었나요?
일단 감독님께서 항상 좋은 말씀 많이 해주시고 코치님께서도 좋은 말씀 많이 해주셨기 때문에 일단 뭐 멘탈적이거나 감정적으로는 힘든 게 없었고요. 그냥 대회 지고 나서 계속 하나씩 깨달으면서 우리 다음 판에 이길 수 있다 이러면서 고쳐가면서 연습했던 것 같습니다.
So it was really helpful for
긍정적으로
them.
생각했기 때문에 오늘 1세트 정말 간발의 차로 패배하고 나서도 멘탈을 잘 추스릴 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
And the interviewer was asking
1세트
about
패배하고 나서
the game
2세트에서
one and
크레이머
how
선수에게
was their
굉장히 힘을
mentality
많이
after
실어주는
that
픽밴을
loss.
했어요.
그런가요?
네, 11위에 힘을 좀 많이 실어주는 픽밴을 한 것 같은데 그건
네.
아닌가요?
그냥 저희가 1세트에 상대방이 무는 조합을 하길래 우리도 그냥 물어보자 하면서 했던 조합인데 잘 됐던 것 같습니다.
좀 활약상을 2세트에서 많이 해줬는데
And,
부담감은 없었나요?
After the first
경기하면서?
set, they just
그냥
Kramer,
이거 물어 이러면서 그냥 때리는
going
거여서 부담감 없었던 것 같습니다.
사실 16연패, 17연패를 할 수도 있는 기로에서 부담감 없이 경기를 펼칠 수 있다는 게 더
네.
대단하게 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
감사합니다.
이제 오늘 승리를 기점으로 정말 숨어있던 잠재력을
And they
모두
felt
폭발시켜야 할 것
pretty good
같아요.
after winning the
다음
second
경기가
set.
지네어와의 경기인데요. 각오 한 말씀 들어볼게요.
And the next match
일단
is against Janair.
진에오는 스프링 때 저희 팀을 슬럼프로 빠뜨린 팀이니까 꼭 복수하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 지네어 경기에서도 좋은 모습 기대하겠습니다.
Saying that
크레이머
Janair beat
선수
them
다시
in
한번
spring
축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
And that's when
네, 이렇게
CJ
해서
slump started. So
2세트에서
so when they
활약상을 보여준
collide,
크레이머
that
선수
they
만나봤고요.
will
3세트 MVP
win this
선수까지
time.
만나보겠습니다.
Now we're going to go to an interview with
네, BDD 선수
BDD.
축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
He says hello.
되게 기쁘실 것 같은데
네.
안 기쁘세요?
아니요, 되게 좋아요.
지금 소감이 어떠세요?
지금
He's saying, how do you feel?
최근에 연패에서 좀 분위기도 안 좋고 좀
Saying
많이
that they're really
힘들었는데
happy that the loss
오늘
streak has
이겨서
finally ended.
되게 분위기도 좋아지고 그랬으면 좋겠어요.
부스 안에서 승리를 딱 하고
And he's
나서
saying that he hopes that
팀원들끼리
the team
무슨
atmosphere within
얘기했나요?
CJ gets a lot better now that they finally were able to win
그냥
a
막 되게
series.
다 좋아하기 바빴던 것 같아요. 앞으로 전승하자 막 이런 얘기.
오늘 스웨인 상대로 바루스 꺼내 들었어요.
네.
요즘 스웨인이 좀
And,
뜨고
saying
있는
how just
챔프잖아요.
as soon as the match ended,
연습을
he
바루스로
felt
한번
really, really
해봤었나요?
happy.
스웨인 상대로요?
네.
스웨인 상대로는 딱히 안 했는데 그냥 적조합
Now,
상대로
she's asking
저희
about
니달리도
Swain.
있고 해서 포킹 조합으로 가자 해서 했던 것 같아요.
And
오늘 생각대로 경기가 잘 풀린 것 같나요?
네, 되게 잘 풀렸던 것 같아요.
네, 좋습니다.
He's talking about
자, 이제
poking
진여와의
champions
경기가
against
남아
Swain.
있는데 연패를 길고 긴 연패를 끊었던 만큼 믿고 써준 코치진들에게도 감사의 한 말씀 해주셔야 할 것 같아요.
최근에 좀 스크림에서도 안 좋은 경기력
asking
보여드려서
for
좀 많이
Any
지치셨을
words for the
텐데
coaches?
오늘 승리로 연승해서 좀 기쁘게 해드리겠습니다.
And the coaches are
네,
apparently
마지막으로 팀원들만큼이나
tired
기뻐해준
after the
팬들에게 한
continuous
말씀
losing
해주시죠.
아 오늘
And he's
저
saying
제가
thank you
데뷔한
for
지
helping them
100일인가
out so much with
됐다고
everything and preparing for the
하시더라고요.
matches.
아 정말요?
네,
축하드립니다. 네.
감사합니다. 그래서 막 선물도 준비해 주시고 그랬는데 계속 응원해 주시고
And he's
그러면
also
좋은
thanking
모습
the
보여드릴
fans for
테니까
giving
계속
gifts.
응원해 주세요. 감사합니다.
네, BDD 선수 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
And thanking the fans for continuing to
네, 이렇게
support.
해서 3세트 MVP
And
선수까지
they'll perform better in the
만나봤습니다.
future.
오늘 경기 결과 반영된 순위 변동 살펴보겠습니다. 오늘 CJ가 2대1로 승리를 거두면서
You see our final standings right there. Samsung Galaxy and SKT still undefeated up at the top. Those guys are monsters. It's going to be great to watch them face off a little bit later on this week.
Yep. And Rock's definitely having a fall from grace so far, but expecting to see them clean that up. Also, one of the losses being to SKT, so not so bad there.
Yep, and our next matchup that you guys will be seeing here tomorrow, Samsung versus Jin Air, and of course, last match, KT versus the Tigers. Definitely going to be pretty exciting.
So excited to cast that tomorrow.
And that is going to be it for tonight's games. Going to come back so you can see ourselves one more time. And honestly, just do want to thank you guys for tuning in. Such a very, very long match, long series, long day for all of us here. But all the fans here stuck it out all the way. So if you guys did that at home, big thanks to everyone who stayed and watched. Thanks to Nick, who put up with me the entire 3 hours of our casting tonight. It's no small feat, so big fan.
No problem, man. So, well,
you guys didn't see it. We actually did a secret caster high five under the table.
Yep. That's
Except
pretty
he has his hand on top of the table. So, damn, it blew
I got
my
hand
cover,
on the
LS.
Coca-Cola.
Hey, man.
This is the Coca-Cola Zero.
Yeah, it definitely sustained us through that last game. Very, very long night tonight. And like the players said, they kind of expected to have a long series, but I don't think you can really prepare yourself mentally for a 3-hour series, best of 3. It's actually just incredible. And I'm actually really glad that best of series have been added elsewhere in the world, like LCS, because you need to prepare yourself for situations like this that you'll experience when it comes to playoffs or Worlds or MSI or any of those big tournaments.
Isn't Europe in best of 2 though?
It is best of 2. It's still a best of series. You can have long best of 2s. Neither here nor there. Still a big series a big series win for CJ Entus. So congratulations to them for their 2-1 victory. They escaped the 0 and they will no longer be winless. Longzhu still have a long way to climb. But that is actually going to do it for our broadcast tonight here. Big thanks to everyone for watching. So on behalf of myself, LS, and everyone here at Spo TV, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
We sing the songs that made us feel alive. The satellites orbiting the moon. In the blink of an eye, the memories pass us by. Transmissions over now. Rest your weary head. Place your heart into my hands. That's why you only we could turn back time.